I'm Vanessa Davis. About a year ago, I was the Senior Program Director who was working with Course Redesign. Now I'm the Assistant Director of Academic Programs and still working with Course Redesign, among other things. And we are very glad that you are able to be here with us today and are looking forward to getting a chance to hear what's been going on in your neck of the woods for the last couple of years, but also get a chance to, we hope, have you be able to listen to each other and begin to talk with each other, both at your own institutions but also across institutions, about how you may be able to adapt what other institutions have done, to begin to have some conversations about sustainability. And then at the very end of the afternoon, one of the things that we want to do is talk a little bit about something that we're really excited about here, and that's the Texas Learning Objects Repository, which we think is going to play a really huge role in the dissemination of all of your course redesign materials. And as you've seen from your packet, there's a little bit of grant money to sweeten the pot for you along those lines too. So a couple of quick housekeeping details before I hand things over to Carol Twigg and Carolyn Jarman from NCAT. You see in your materials, you've got a nice little white envelope with your name on it. If you would slip a $10 bill in there, we promise not to abscond with the money, because you know I could get oh so far on $10 in Austin. But if you would slip a nice little $10 bill or some form of currency that adds up to $10. And if you would, Rhonda Jenkins, who's standing up here, is going to come around and take those up. That will pay for your wonderful catered Schlotsky's lunch today, because it's nothing but the finest here at the coordinating board. And if you, I believe all of you now have one of our, also, maybe Doug, if you'll hold yours up, that lovely little green slip of paper, which is also the infamous coordinating board receipt for your accounting departments, because we know that everything eventually has to be accounted for somewhere. So that will take care of lunch. A little quick orientation for those of you that have never been at our fine facilities here in Northeast Austin, away from everything. If you go out the doors and down the hall this way, you will see our lovely array of vending machines. And then if you go out the doors directly across the hall, you'll see our restroom facilities. So what more could you want? We've got air conditioning, which is good. I think it's supposed to be about 103 today. And that seems to be the norm in Austin this summer, as I think Sal and the ACC folks can attest to. So I want to reiterate that we are very glad that you're here. We are very interested in what you have done. We're interested in your successes. We're interested in those things that maybe not have been as successful as you had hoped. That is part of the process too. We didn't have much in the way of legislation during this last session that dealt directly with course redesign, but there is great interest, as many of you know, in dual credit now in the state. And the courses that almost all of you have been working on are courses that, for some of you, are directly dual credit. You're teaching your redesign as a dual credit course, and that's particularly exciting for us. But many of you have courses that could otherwise be adapted down the road as dual credit, and there is increasing interest in that. Not this last session, but the session before last, the 80th legislative session. You probably know that the high school curriculum is changed so that it is now a 4x4 curriculum. 4 years of math, 4 years of science, 4 years of English, 4 years of social studies. In many of our small districts and in many of our rural districts, they're having difficulty with that 4th year of science and that 4th year of math. During that same session, legislation was passed that says that districts must make available at minimum 12 semester credit hours of college credit for their high school students. And so dual credit courses, particularly in the math and the sciences, are becoming very attractive as things that can not only fulfill that 4x4 requirement, but also fulfill that 12 semester credit hour of college credit availability requirement. So we're particularly interested in your redesigns that are already dual credit, but also redesigns that might down the road lend themselves to inclusion as dual credit. We are also, as an agency and as a state, very interested in the course redesigns here that are paired courses with developmental education and non-developmental education. The board is particularly interested in finding ways that are innovative and different to handle developmental education, as we see more and more and more of our student population, our college-going student population, needing to take some form of developmental education during their first semester, and sometimes their first year, past the first semester, finding ways where we can see students be successful and not miss out on the opportunity for college credit at the same time are becoming increasingly important. So all of that is to give you a little bit of the bigger picture of where course redesign fits with some of the other things that are going on here at the coordinating board and some of the larger sort of higher education and P through 16 educational concerns around the state. So again, very glad that you're here. Very excited to hear what you have to share with us today. We'll talk a little bit later about the last sort of sets of reports that you're going to be doing for us here at the coordinating board, and we'll walk through. You've got the template in your folder, and we'll walk through that as well. And then, as I said, Michael Anderson from the UT Telecampus will be joining us later this afternoon, and he and I will talk with you about the Texas Learning Objects Repository, show you the beta version that the University of North Texas has done, and then talk to you about the small $5,500 grants that are going to be available for each of the Phase 3 projects starting next week, basically, and what is going to be entailed with those grants. So very glad you're here. Please make yourselves at home, and I'm going to turn it over to Carol Twigg and Carolyn Jarman from NCAT. Computer. A couple of other things. Thank you. A couple of other housekeeping details. As you come up to do your presentations, we need you to do two things for us. The very first thing is you need to identify who you are, so the nice people in the video booth in the back, because you're being webcast across the state this morning. Can't guarantee anybody's watching, but it's being webcast. I'm supposed to give you that disclaimer up front, I think. So mind your P's and Q's. Alan has told me that my colleague Alan Mickey, who's another program director here, is helping run the cameras this morning, and Alan has been threatening to post anything interesting to YouTube this evening. So I keep reminding him I'm his boss, but it doesn't seem to sink in. Nobody takes me that seriously. But when you come up, please identify your institution and who you are. They're going to very quickly type your name so that when you go back and look at the archived webcast and show it to all of your friends and family, there'll be a nice banner at the bottom identifying who you are. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, if you have a presentation, I think many of you have already sent those to us. They're located on this computer right here. I will help you pull those up, and I'll actually even do the clicking if you just tell me when to click. If for some reason you didn't send your presentation in ahead of time, but you have something, if you'll bring me the thumb drive, I can get it on there very quickly, and we're going to be broadcasting right over here. So I think that'll take care of all of those fun mechanics. Before we get started, any other questions? All right. We have to have it for the computer.
Great. Well, let me just add my welcome along with Vanessa. We at NCAT are very interested in hearing your reports today. The way that we've tried to structure today, at least this beginning part, is to ask each of you, the presenters, to take about 10 minutes focused on three particular questions. What were the student learning outcomes that you achieved in your project? What were the cost reduction accomplishments that you achieved in your project? And what were some of the implementation issues that you encountered? We're hoping you spend about 10 minutes, so we allow 5 minutes for questions and answers. In the interest of trying to get this rather large group of projects in on one day, we decided it would be worthwhile to have a working lunch. So those of you who are talking will just have to wait a couple of minutes to eat your lunch, but that way we'll be able to get out of here at a reasonable hour. The first thing, though, that we need to do is we're going to switch the first two panels because the people from UTEP, their plane, I believe, is landing like at 8:45. So we're going to make that one change on the agenda, but other than that, keep it as is. So Leslie, you're probably surprised you're going to be first, rather than, but we know you can handle it. So why don't we start with the UT Brownsville Reading and Government Project. And Carolyn and I are going to try to keep time, so we're right here by you. We'll nudge you when you get to a point. I guess, wherever you. I'll put this on. How about that?
Where do you want me to stand?
Wherever
Just
you're
right up here.
comfortable. You could just hold on to that, or if you want to lean it on the podium.
Okay. I forget what I named it. You want my USB?
Yes, thank you. I apologize.
That's okay.
It's always good to get the first snafu out of the way at the beginning of the day so that everything else runs smoothly.
Look under reports. There it is right there. Okay. My name is Leslie Jones, and I am from the University of Texas at Brownsville, Texas Southwest College. And I'm here today with two members of our redesign team, the curriculum redesign members. They did the curriculum for the courses, Miss Angelica Fuentes and Miss Arlene Reddy. And we titled our program Bridge to Success, College Reading 3, which is an exit level developmental reading course, and Government 1. Please. What we did was we had two comparison groups, and we were looking at two different things in this study. First, we wanted to look at the redesigned reading as compared to the traditional reading, but we felt like we had a strong traditional reading. We've been working for years to incorporate best practices. We've been following the research and the literature in terms of what's going on and what's effective with developmental reading, and we had that in place. So we wanted to take the opportunity to redesign the course and see if there was a difference there. We also, with the pairing with a non-developmental course, with a general education course such as government, we had the opportunity to compare see how developmental students do in that course, as well as compare that to non-developmental students. And that was a rare opportunity that we wanted to make sure we took advantage of. Here are student learning outcomes, some of the ones we measured. Of course, in the reading, we have vocabulary and comprehension, and on the right-hand side, we have the assessments that we used. Reducing and organizing text, we used rubrics, and then we used the LASI, and we only covered measured 6 of the 10 scales, those that we felt most pertained to what we were doing. Our results, overall, this was very surprising and a little difficult to swallow at first. We had to go back and really look at the data and evaluate it, but overall there was no significant difference between the redesigned reading and the traditional reading. And at first, our first reaction was of disappointment. What we did was we went back and did t-tests to measure the growth within each group, and on just about every student learning outcome there was statistically significant growth within each, the traditional and the redesign. So our conclusion was that both the traditional reading and the redesigned reading were very strong. The main difference between the two is that with the redesign, we're linking with the government and using the government content. And of course, we're using the technology there. Here's the results of our course completion. The redesigned reading is in the blue. This is for the 2 reading courses. The traditional reading is in the green. Fall 2008, you can see the difference there, and then spring 2009. Redesigned reading went up slightly. Traditional reading went down slightly. Part of that is because we had an attendance policy in fall 2008 that we dropped in 2009. So I think that's why we see a little bit of the drop with the traditional reading. But either way, we're consistent in that the redesign is stronger. A lot of that is attributed to the fact that UTB has a policy called SAP, Standard Academic Progress, Satisfactory Academic Progress, excuse me. And in part, students must maintain a 75% course completion rate. So by being enrolled in 2 courses concurrently, if they drop one, they must drop both, and so we had much higher completion rate. With that, what we really found interesting was with the government. And so we went back to the overall objective of developmental education. And at the heart of everything that we're doing in developmental education, it is to prepare students to be successful in their college-level courses. So this is what we wanted to look at. This is what we were really interested in. To measure the government course, there were 4 sections offered. 2 were linked, 2 were traditional. This was an online government course. We did a pre-test, post-test to measure the mastery of the content, because all of the student learning outcomes were related to mastery of content. And overall, the developmental students performed significantly better than non-developmental students on the pre-test and post-test, which we thought was very interesting. We expected them to improve significantly, but we did not expect them to outperform the non-developmental students. Conclusion, the redesigned reading course linked with Government 1 is effective in terms of preparing developmental students to be successful in the Government 1 course. We'll go on and measure other courses and see how it does there. Here's the course completion. This was amazing as well. We traditionally have about a 67% to 68% course completion when we track our students. In other words, they've taken the developmental, and then subsequently the semester after they take government, we have about a 68 to 70% course completion. With the redesigned, we had a 95%, and the non-developmental, traditional, had a 92% course completion. Spring 2009, we don't have a comparison group. Our instructor went adjunct. He moved to teach on an aircraft carrier in Japan, government to our military. But he has he has the developmental, the linked courses. He doesn't have traditional courses. And so we have a 78%, which there's a big difference there. Our conclusion here is that we'll need to continue to do the redesign linked with the different courses and look at them not just with the online, but the traditional in class and with different subjects, and see if we have some stable data coming in. Next one, please. Pedagogical techniques, development of active learning instructional activities aligned with linked core student learning outcomes. We do this. We already use active learning instructional activities in the traditional reading, but what we wanted to do was we wanted to align them with the student learning outcomes in the general education or the government course. We used ePortfolio to allow the students to reflect upon their progress. We used discussion board assignments to enhance critical thinking skills. We provided immediate and continual feedback in multiple ways. This was a huge asset. I taught the traditional course, and it was much, much more difficult for me to give the individual time and feedback to students as it was for the other course. Using technology to provide students with additional academic support. Cost savings. What we discovered is that we probably will not be able to go full implementation. And part of that is because we are it's an open admission institution, but we offer everything from a certificate to a doctoral degree. And we have students coming in that they may not need the government or the history. They may be looking at an associate's degree that does not have one of those components. But they do need the developmental course. So we are offering 1 or 2 sections of traditional every semester as well. So that has affected our cost savings. Our original plan estimated a cost reduction from $311 for each student to $157, and of course what we'll see is the $157 will be, which is the reduced rate for most of the students, those enrolled in that, but we won't see the full cost savings. Cost reduction techniques, we utilize undergraduate teaching assistants, we expanded class size to reduce number of course sections, and then a huge help was with the collaborative course planning. Implementation issues, planning and preparation. I wouldn't say there were issues as much as we really needed that full year of planning and preparation. A good 6 months of that was administrative, recruiting, getting the word out to people, hiring the correct people to help us to implement this. And then 6 months of it was just a really strong push to get the curriculum done. We had to become very familiar with the other expectations of the government faculty and of the text itself. Training for instructors and teaching assistants. All of the teaching assistants, if they were reviewing and giving any kind of feedback, primarily that was done with one set of UTAs through discussion board, and others were face-to-face. So we spent some time training our UTAs to make sure that they were communicating appropriately with students. We wanted to make sure that it was a positive experience for both the student and the UTAs. Technology training and issues with students. We had quite a bit of technology. We used Inspiration, Criterion, and ePortfolio, Blackboard, anything else? I think that's it. And we had to have faculty, TAs, and students trained. So the instructional designer that we had on hand he really worked hard. Collaboration between instructors and general education faculty. We set our Redesign and Linked course up so that we could be self-sufficient, just, sustain it on our own. If the faculty did not have the time to work as closely with us as we would like, but we also have left it flexible enough to where we can have an incredible amount of collaboration. And we have gone on, we are teaching, well, that's coming up in a second, but we are teaching with additional faculty. Faculty and student buy-in, that was huge. Ownership, giving faculty ownership. When I wrote the grant, these two ladies were off at grad school, and they came home, and I said, we have some changes. And I knew that their buy-in was going to be important. So basically what I did is I said, here, you design the curriculum. It's all you. So I set up the plan and the preparation, but they did all of the work. And it is their project. Student buy-in is very important as well, trying to get developmental students to believe that they can handle a college-level course at the same time. We're having incredible problems there with recruiting. That's probably our biggest problem right now. Future plans. In the fall, I'm very proud to announce that we have the government faculty, the chair was so excited about the results and the positive feedback that he received from the faculty member that worked with us, that he has given us 3 sections to link with. This will not be an online class, it will be traditional, so the Redesign team will be working with the text and the same student learning outcomes, but modifying the class somewhat. And I will be teaching History 2, 2 sections of History 2, with a chair from our history department. And I'll be working on that this summer. In fall 2010, we have art history, the professor that is waiting in the wings, so that we have time to work with her and redesign the class. We're hoping that'll be up and going in fall 2010. Beyond that, efforts will continuously be made to recruit other faculty that are willing to link with the general education. And we will also start looking at the technology and the vocational. We are actually housed under the College of Applied Technology and General Studies. So we have great access to a lot of the faculty and a lot of the programs that are in under technology and vocational. So we're hoping to kind of look into going that way as well. We also have 2 of our other course levels, the first level and the second level, that we're hoping to redesign and link as well. The first, I think we're doing both of them with a student service program, which we call STING, which is required of all first-time developmental students. Eventually, we're talking with the writing. We'd like to see a learning community between writing, speech, and reading. I think that's about it. That's what we have planned for right now. Oh, in the high school. I'm sorry. We'll see what we can do there. Any questions? Yes. Well, since we are reading faculty, and we include writing, we emphasize writing, but we don't teach the writing process. And of course, coming in as developmental reading students, most of the students are also weak in the writing. The class we were paired with had 8 essays. So we needed to have, we were looking for an instructional manner to help fill that void, to help offer that support. And it was actually at one of the workshops that I heard about criterion. And so we investigated that, and we used both inspiration and criterion to help with the organization of writing material and the actual writing. and then we use the TAs to help proofread and offer feedback. So the technology was not actually used to help strengthen our student learning outcomes. It was helped to offer additional support. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Yes, we did have to offer them a choice. And most students are reluctant to take. They're still a little weary. We need to work on getting that information out. We tried to make sure that we got the information out to the high schools outside of just the campus community. But I think we need to do a better job of that because the students are coming in and they are a little leery. My classes, the traditional classes, have been full, and we're still trying to fill. We're having to work extra hard with academic advising and to try to fill the other courses. So there is some reluctance, and they do have a choice. Yes?
I have two questions. One of them is how big was the enrollment, and the other one, really, which way you use the teaching assistants?
The enrollment, oh my. That's a good question, Dr. McGilsky. I believe this past spring is always lower than fall. Fall, I think we had, y'all had well over 100 students, and I had about 100. So I would say probably 200 to 250 in the fall. Spring, mine was very low. Sample size was a problem. Let's see, probably about 150. So over the entire thing, probably about 400 students. And then the UTAs, what we did was we actually had teaching assistants for the reading, and we had teaching assistants for the government. And the teaching assistants for the reading would actually go to class. They would help the reading faculty review the e-portfolios, review the discussion boards, offer feedback. The government UTAs would review, was it discussion board or correct? So after the students used Criterion, they would post it in discussion board prior to the deadline of submission. And the UTAs would review it and offer feedback. The student could revise as many times as they wished up until the time of submission to the faculty member, and then the faculty member would grade. So. Any other questions? Good. Wonderful.
Why don't we give this team a hand?
I'm not Dr. Kelly McMichael, and I don't play her on television either. So I didn't know I was going to do this. Didn't know that she couldn't make it. I will talk a little bit about the project, as much as I'm familiar with it. That's the combined developmental English and U.S. History 2 project at the University of North Texas. A little bit about the design of the courses. The U.S. History 2 course, they paired it with a traditionally taught lecture-based U.S. History 2. The redesign consisted of the students coming one day a week in small groups. There were 102, roughly 100 students. They met in groups of 25, and they wrote so that the faculty met with groups of 25, but the students came one day a week. The class is built around simulation games. There are 4 simulation games. The content is delivered online and very highly interactive online lessons, so they learn the chronology, the history facts online, the lower level learning, and the higher level learning is built around case studies. One particular case study was called What's the Deal? And it's a board game where the students play, they come in groups of 8 and actually play a hands-on board game where they earn dollars and hope points during the New Deal. And basically the objective is to teach them about the different New Deal programs. The assessments were exactly the same for both the lecture-based course and the redesign course. The results, interestingly, they're 86% success rate, A, B, or C for the redesign, and 78 for the traditional. Not significantly different, but what was significantly different was the number of highly successful students. The students who earned an A or B in the redesign course was 75% and 26%. So and this is pretty typical of what we've seen in the redesign, is that it pushes the students up higher level of achievement. And again, it was the same test exactly between the two programs. Now, this is paired with developmental English. In the developmental English redesign, the writing assignments were the history, are going to be the history writing. There's a lot of writing in the redesign. The students do the case studies and they write papers. Unfortunately, when they did the pilot in the spring, there wasn't sufficient number of developmental English students that they could run the test. They are going to do it again in this fall. They're pairing Texas A&M International is going to be offering both the U.S. history and the developmental English, as I understand. So they'll have data there. Some of the interesting problems that we run into was, of course, we tend to have the implementation dip where it's a brand new way of, you have a brand new faculty or faculty doing this for the first time. The redesign is not a lecture-based course where you come in and do your lectures every time. It's very complicated for both the students and the faculty the first time it goes through. So that we ran into, as I understand, she was talking to Kelly, that they ran into the usual, I'm in this group and I'm supposed to be meeting where, but it worked out. They quickly recovered and smoothed that through. But there was some problems in the beginning. In terms of cost savings, because this was a single pilot, there really weren't any cost savings. But in an actual full implementation, it would be very significant. If you look on the last page, you'll see how the course was taught. There's an overall course instructor that is responsible for sort of managing the project, training the facilitators, and then there's 2 facilitators who meet with the students, and then 2 graders. And if you take that and you can sort of take that and go to a larger number of students in a full implementation, it does result in some pretty significant cost savings. So I'll stop, and I probably told you all I know about it, but if there's any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them. The URLs are here. I encourage you to go in and look. The course materials are up there. Some really pretty neat learning objects. The cases are all available for anybody to use. The simulation games. The online part is up and ready to use. Questions?
I'd just add that on this was U.S. History 2, Kelly McMichael had done a Phase 1 course redesign on U.S. History 1. Those materials are the beta materials in the test version of the Learning Objects repository, and we're going to be demonstrating that to you this afternoon. I think the plan has also been that they're in the process of looking at ways to put the U.S. History 2 materials in the same repository. So we'll talk a little bit more about that this afternoon.
Buenos dias. I'm Dr. Christina Fox-Bahi, and I teach at Eastfield College, which is part of the Dallas County Community College District. And I'm here to talk about the Spanish 1411 course redesign that I did with Kevin Beard and the LaCroix team. Bob Crooks here also. And we had a wonderful instructional designer, Kate Hampshire. And so we'll just kind of get started. In the fall of 2008, we implemented the pilot. Kevin and I each taught hybrid format. And we compared our sections with traditional course sections. And we were able to compare with courses at Richland College and at Eastfield College. I also took advantage of the fact that I was teaching online, so I was able to compare my online course student learning outcomes with what we did in the hybrid format. The hybrid design, basically for Spanish 1411, took advantage of the fact that we have a 3-hour lecture and then 2-hour lab already in the course catalog as part of the requirements for completing the course. So what we did is we took the 3 hours and made that the face-to-face time, and then the other 2 hours we put it online. So this freed up the schedule quite a bit for both Professor Beard and I, and we were able to focus on our face-to-face classes. The face-to-face classes basically include a lot of interaction, a lot of communicative, using the language versus talking about the language. Students are expected to prepare for class by doing the online interactive auto-graded activities to build up their mastery of the concepts, the vocabulary, etc. Some of the independent learning activities, we took advantage of the textbook super site, but we also have Blackboard or eCampus, and on eCampus we had a series of textbook tutorial videos created by LaCroix and Kevin Beard, primarily to supplement the textbook tutorial videos. And one of the justifications that we both came up with, and just because of our experience, is students don't know how to read a language textbook. And so for sometimes, even if the grammar explanation is in English, it's like a foreign language to them. They don't have an idea what a noun or an article is. So this was a way to appeal also to the digital natives that prefer the video format versus text. And it was one of the more successful items. If you want to just click on it and they can just see, it should take a few moments. While that's not coming up, that's okay. We have plenty there if you would like to see it. Basically, we have someone giving instruction on it, as well as, of course, animation with print and examples. The tutorial videos on the textbook super site are animated, so it was kind of a good contrast in that way. Other types of independent activities are basically those that build up. Okay, we can move on. The assessment of the course was led by an independent evaluator, Dr. Doug Hammond, and he looked at a couple of things: pre- and post-semester attitude surveys, a common final exam, and looking at those results from various semesters, in addition to just the fall. Okay. What he found, next slide, was that the course redesign did accomplish the goals of student mastery and increased oral proficiency. It was at least as effective as a traditional class, and it had no negative effect. Therefore, we can comfortably implement this new hybrid format, which costs less per student, $822 versus $1,204 cost per student, without adversely affecting our student learning outcomes. The other plus side, and this is from a marketing point of view, students, based on the attitude surveys, agreed that they learned more and felt more challenged in the hybrid format. They also look forward to coming to class, something you don't hear sometimes from college students. And they enjoyed the flexibility of the online experience as well. They also enjoyed the text super site as well, the activities, for the most time. Even with less contact time, the students felt more connected with the instructor and did not suffer because of this lack of motivation because of this less time with the instructor. Finally, as far as implementation as an instructor, I have really enjoyed this process. Number one, it gave me a chance to work with a team, and also it has reduced time required to develop, teach, and assess student learning in the beginning class, which is one of our highest enrollment classes. It's one of our gateway classes, you could say. I have more time for genuine assessment. I can give more in-depth feedback to my students. They can get more out of the experience. And I have more time to develop other classes and improve other classes. And finally, the ready-to-use course template has made it easy to pass this course redesign on to adjuncts and other colleagues within the district and from other institutions as well. Finally, you know, it's not a perfect thing. There's some things I would like to revise to help clarify what the hybrid format means for the students, because I tended to find that sometimes students weren't prepared for the activity because they didn't do the grammar and vocabulary preparation that they needed to do. And they didn't understand why they had to do it. And so that's pretty much it. So feel free to ask questions. No? Oh, I got off easy. You know what? I actually have a clip here on the drive. A ver. No. No estás. It's not finding it. Okay, here we go. No, it's not showing it. Do you have it there? Okay. Another note I wanted to make is that with this hybrid format, we'll be able to schedule more alternative evening, weekend classes, and that in itself is going to help our income and enrollment. So that's the other benefit of the hybrid. Because a lot of times our evening enrollment in some of the classes has gone down because students are going for the flexibility of online without realizing that they would benefit from a hybrid versus just strictly all online. So that's just my
In grammar, negation is the process that turns an affirmative statement, I am a walrus, into its opposite denial, I am not a walrus. Negation in Spanish is relatively simple and requires that we follow some rules. In this video, we'll explore each of those rules. Lois no habla italiano. In this statement, what makes the sentence negative? The word no, of course. We have learned that to make sentences negative in Spanish, we must always negate the verb. Up until now, we have only used the word no. But there are additional words which can negate the verb. Mario no baila con su novia nunca. Mario never dances with his girlfriend. No hay nadie en la sala de clase los domingos. There isn't anyone in the classroom on Sundays. These new negative words are best learned in combination with their indefinite counterpart.
Students were able to do some of the interactive exercises the students were able to do on their own time to get prepared so that when they came to classes, as Christina said, they could use class time for actually speaking Spanish and conversing in Spanish and sort of turning the course around by doing these kinds of exercises that we had. And we brought in a Flash programmer to do this under the leadership of our other instructor, Kevin Beard.
I have a question that I'd like to ask to the whole panel, and I'm sorry I'm not used to using these. So one of the things that I found in Redesign that was very exciting was something that was not measurable, and that was the impact of the redesign on students and their preparedness and their feeling, at least in our case for the first time, that they were really preparing for the job of becoming a scientist. So Dr. Jones, how did your students feel, and again, I know it's not measurable, but how did your students feel about being in developmental writing and being able to also achieve in a college-level course? You know, these are satisfaction issues that we can't really measure, and I'm a little uncomfortable as a scientist asking this, but I feel it's a really important part of the redesign.
Like you said, you can't really measure their most anecdotal kind of things that students come back with and say, but a lot of students have come back and, like from the fall, the ones that we had in the fall, they'll come in the spring and they'll say something like, God, your class is harder, you know, than our general ed, because they felt so comfortable and they were successful in that government and developmental reading course. So I'm getting a lot of that personally. A lot of students coming back and saying, "Wow, you really had more writing in your class. You had more this and more that it really prepared me for."
Some of the feedback, because we did do some student evaluations, just had them write comments about the course overall, is that they liked it a lot. They looked forward to taking more linked courses like that. They felt they got a lot of support from us with regards to reading comprehension and the skills that they needed for the government class. They felt very prepared, so it was very positive. The feedback was very, very positive. They were really kind of skittish at first, but once they saw what we were doing and how it related to the government learning outcomes, and that it was a lot of support for them, they felt very well prepared. And so far, in the 2 semesters that we've done it, it's been very positive. So I would say the motivation is high after the fact, you know. So, and they look forward for more. They were asking, are there more classes like this available? Are there more classes like this available? And we're telling them, well, we're working towards that, you know. So they like the linked setup a lot.
We're trying, as Dr. Jones had mentioned earlier, right now our problem is recruiting. So last week I went to speak to the advisors, and I'm trying to relay that message that really push them, because they're going to be scared. They're not, they're going to be a little apprehensive about taking the link courses, but reiterate that our students are successful, and the comments from the students at the end are very positive. So we're trying to push that to the advisors, because the advisors are the ones who are seeing the incoming freshmen and so forth.
We did do post-attitude surveys, and so that's where they came up with the comments, more challenged, and they felt they learned more. Another indicator to me, and I probably should have cited it, our enrollment in the following course, the 1412, which is the second semester, has gone up since I have used the hybrid format for that as well. And so we were having problems filling our 1412 classes, and now we're not having that problem. And so I think that is another indicator of satisfaction. When you have them enroll in upper division classes, that's a good indicator that they felt that they achieved something.
Yeah, we've had a real diversity of reaction from students that really love it to students that don't like it at all, and then a broad range in between. But I kind of compare it in a way to running a marathon. There's some people that won't even attempt it, and there are a lot of students, they'll drop out of the course right away once they find out what it's all about. And then, there are other people that'll give it a shot, and it's hell while you're doing it. But when you get to the end, there's an incredible sense of satisfaction that you were able to accomplish what you actually did. So I kind of see that kind of developing over the course of the semester in the redesign courses that I've taught.
One of the things that we do, and it's actually on page 3 of the history report, is that about 3/4 of the way through the class they give the students a very simple survey. They says, if you had to take this course again, would you take it in the redesign or traditional, and why? And then they take those responses and do a construct analysis, and it's very interesting. Over the number of times we've done this, they're pretty predictable how they fall. The majority of them, usually the vast majority, would say they would do the redesign, but those that don't really. I think it's a learning style thing. They say, I would prefer to go in and sit and have someone tell me what to do, knowing that what's going to be on the test and take the test, than do this more challenging class that makes me figure things out on my own. So I think it's a learning style problem.
Texas. I work for Richland College as the coordinator of developmental writing, and also as a result of my work on course redesign, I have another new job now. I have to redesign the journalism department, so it's a lot of good to go around. And it's always interesting before a presentation the sort of things that you think about and the things that you see in your life. And so I was headed back from my campus, which is North Dallas, going home, and I passed this billboard, and the billboard was for a beer company, Dos Equis. And what the ad says is, there's this grizzled, handsome guy on there, looks like a world traveler on there, and what the ad said was, every once in a while in life, you should bite off more than you can chew. So that's how I feel about redesign. I bit off a little more than I could chew, but it's going down, and I think the end result is going to be great for students, which is why I think all of us are doing this. So what I'd like to do is review what our project was, and then I have, hot off the press, the final report or the results that we put together. So I think this will add some context to the results that I'm going to go over. Developmental Writing Course Redesign. This project funded by Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. How about some context? We redesigned 2 developmental writing courses, 09-1 and 09-3, and I'll give you a little more on that in a bit. Up on the top of the screen, you see Academic Studies, which is the traditional college courses at Richland College. And at the bottom, you see Developmental Studies, Reading, Writing, and Math. And so, because of the Texas Success Initiative, we know that all the campuses do placement tests when students are admitted. And on the basis of the placement tests, the students either go into developmental studies or they go into academic studies. Part of this process also provides students with support services, but they're optional. And if you ever listened to Kay McClenny et al. From the UT Austin campus, you know that for developmental students, optional is not something you want to do. Developmental students don't do optional. So I'll explain a little bit more about that. So what we discovered is that there's a process gap in students moving from developmental studies to academic studies. In some cases, that process gap for developmental writing students has been, over the last 10 to 12 years, 50%. 50% of developmental writing students leave, don't finish, or they take the course 3 or 4 times and then drop out. So it looks all nice and neat there now, but when we first conceived the idea of redesign, we were observing what was going on with our students just anecdotally, and we had some research data. But we noticed that during summer terms, the students always did better. And a summer term in developmental writing is only 4 weeks. So we wondered, how can students score, how can there be an 80% pass rate or a 90% pass rate in summer over 4 weeks, and then during a 15-week semester, it's 50%, 45%. So what we thought to do is, where we have the students who have the greatest skill set, which is 09-1 and 09-3, what we thought we would do is this. Oh, let me go to the additional issues. There's some of the data that we used to create these courses. 50% of students in DWRI 09-3 have not passed with an A, B, or C. We have a diverse student body that makes it difficult to address individual needs. Considerable time is spent teaching and reteaching basic skills. Instruction is inconsistent across sections. And we have high numbers of students who repeat 09-1 and 09-3. And the sequence of college-level courses makes 2-year completion difficult. So we took those 2 courses. I got a little ahead of myself. 09-1 and 09-3, and we consolidated them. But just quickly here, if you enter Richland College as an 09-0 student in developmental writing, in the typical model, you'd spend 15 weeks in that course. In 09-1, you'd spend 15 weeks, and then in 09-3, you'd spend another 15 weeks. So you're looking at a year and a half, and you haven't even finished developmental writing. And then you have your academic side, 15, 15, and 15. So just to get out of developmental writing in English, it could take a student 2.5, 3 years. So we thought we could do better. So here's the redesign. Looking down at the bottom of the screen, 09-1 and 09-3, we coupled these courses. Since doing this, we've uncoupled them, and you could ask me a question about that later, but we coupled the courses, 09-1 and 09-3, and then we took each course, and we chopped it in half, roughly, from 15 weeks to 8 weeks for 091 and 15 weeks to 8 weeks in 093. So the reason we did that is because we observed in summer, in 4 weeks, we could do a whole lot with students, so maybe we could do a whole lot with them in 8 weeks. We modularized the course content. We used totally off-the-shelf components. It's the old EduSpace system, now owned by Cengage. We also, as Dr. Jones and her team did, we used Criterion software for writing prompts. So in addition to the shortened course, the optional support services that I mentioned earlier, we embedded those inside the course. So that means that if the instructor identifies a student who needs to work on time management, that instructor makes an appointment with our Center for Tutoring and Learning Connections. The workshop leader comes down from the Center for Tutoring and Learning Connections and does her workshop in the course in front of 23 students. So it's not optional. They have to go. And that was important because typically developmental students don't reach out for help. And that's one of the reasons why they get into this cycle of taking these courses, failing, taking the course again, failing, and then becoming frustrated and dropping out. So we embedded support services, and then we added the technology component, the Criterion ETS system, modularized course content, which included pre-made learning objects that included things like spot news stories from the Associated Press, where students can hear narratives at some big news event or some disaster, like the Oklahoma City bombing. That's one that comes to mind. And then they would give feedback, either posting it online to a study group, or they would actually write something and turn it into the instructor after some time to reflect. And one of the important things that has come out of this, there's a good book by Garrison and Vaughn called Hybrid Learning in Higher Education, I think it's called. The time that students take to reflect on work is critical in not only making sure they internalize whatever it is you're trying to teach, in this case developmental writing, but also it gives them time to form those thoughts and then craft an essay or short paragraph and then post that. So we found that helpful. So the redesigned course then creates a bridge to English 1301. And so we started in 2007. So we had a small N, it was about 23 students. On the left, developmental writing 091. The blue bar is retention. The purple one is completer success. And the blue diamond represents the 90th percentile for retention, and the red dot represents completer success at the 90th percentile. In the redesign 091, all the way on the left there, you can see that for retention and completer success, in the first group, it was approaching 90%, better than 90%. Compared with our online 091 courses, still on the left side of the chart here, and then all other or traditional 091 sections, 15 weeks. So the redesign performing better than all other groups. The same thing for 093 in fall 2007, the redesign, 100% retention, and looks like about 95% completer success. Look at the online 093 course. It was new in 2007. I think that's one of the reasons why the retention and the completer success is so low there. And then all other 093s. Let's look at a couple more graphs, and then I'll get to our final report. 2008, same kind of chart, retention and completer success. On the left, redesign on campus for 091. Still batting in the 90th percentile online. In the middle there for 091, and then on the right, all other 091s. And then on the right side of the chart, the split screen there, redesign is on the left side. Again, the retention, 100%, completer success, 90-something. And then look in the middle, online, and all other 093s on the right, which would be the traditional 15-week courses. And then one more chart. 091 on the left. Again, the kind of blue bar is retention, 100% retention in 091, and that's really where we're seeing a really significant impact. It's with the 091s, which is the mid-course in the sequence. Onlines, and then all other 091s. And then for fall 2008, on the 093 side of the screen, redesign on campus, retention above 90%. The online, retention is way up, but completer success indicates we need to do some more work with the online courses. And then all other 093s. And the all other 093s, they came up in 2008. And you probably know there's something called the Hawthorne effect. And so as you start these redesign projects, there's spillover because other instructors are trying to find out, well, when they walk by your room, why is everybody having such a good time? Nobody's sitting in rows, and so they start asking questions and adopting some of the strategies of redesign and using those in courses. So we've already seen some spillover effect that's positive. Make sure there's not another slide. No. Okay. So improved learning. Students enrolled in the pilot capstone redesign course, Developmental Writing 093, performed slightly better on a faculty-developed post-assessment grammar test than their peers enrolled in traditional DWRI 093. Basically, 91.12% passing versus 87.8% passing for the redesign. On the post-assessment writing test utilizing the AccuPlacer WritePlacer platform, and don't let me forget to talk about AccuPlacer because we're using it in, I think, an innovative way. Students enrolled in traditional developmental writing 093 sections scored slightly better than students enrolled in redesign sections, or 89% passing versus 84.72% passing. And in the pilot redesign course, Developmental Writing 0091, students scored significantly better on a post-assessment persuasive writing sample than students enrolled in the traditional course. 91% passing versus 72% passing. So the redesign seems to be having a much greater impact set of results on students who fall in the middle in terms of skill set in developmental writing. Improves retention. Again, the same thing is true for developmental writing 091, and I'd be happy to make this available to you as well. We have this green initiative on our campus, so I didn't make a bunch of printouts for you, but I'd be happy to send it to you. It's kind of hard to keep these statistics straight without being able to look at them. During the pilot phase, the drop failure withdrawal rate was 21.74% of the total for 093 versus 23.97% for traditional sections of 093. That's a decrease in the DFW rate of 2.5% in 093. So that's pretty good, I think. In previous years, the drop failure withdrawal rate, as you may have seen in the slide, has ranged from 45% to 50%. So we've come way down off of that using this model. And in redesigned developmental writing 091 sections, the DFW rate was 8.96%, a significant decrease compared to the traditional 091 sections where the DFW rate hit 27.51%. So our students are staying in the class and they're passing. at greater rates, particularly in 091, than in traditional sections. Okay. Other impacts on students, we do think you can assess anything. So we did a survey of student experience, and we found out that 96.8% of the respondents strongly agreed that they were satisfied with the redesigned course. And when they were asked if they would take another redesign in the future, 70.9% of the respondents answered favorably. I'm just going to jump to cost savings. Developmental writing 091, the traditional section, $247 according to the course planning tool. The redesign, $131. The difference is $116, or a decrease of 47% in the cost for 091. 093, traditional cost per student, $194. Redesign, $117. You come up with $77 for a difference, or a decrease in cost per student of 40%. In terms of improvement techniques, we like Criterion, instantaneous feedback to students 24/7, brain-friendly learning strategies from Rita Smilkstein. Our courses rely heavily on teaching students about the natural learning process, and classes include meditation, music, and sense, all designed to stimulate students' receptivity to the class. We also use the Lassie. It's an excellent assessment tool. Cost reduction techniques. We adopted AccuPlacer as the course exit test platform, so we don't pay readers anymore in the exit tests. Full-time faculty teach the redesigned sections, and we increased class size from 21 to 23. This project is going to move forward. There were some implementation issues, but I'm over my time limit, so I'm going to just wait, and you can ask me about those. The main thing that we worry about in terms of sustainability is paying for Lassie, but I think the administration is supporting this project. In fall, we're going to have about 600 students. Every course in developmental writing at Richland is going to be a redesigned course for 093 and 091. And so I'll leave it at that. Thanks for your patience. I went over my time limit, but I like to talk. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you very much. Thanks. Oh, you need this.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Berta, and I'm from the University of Texas at El Paso. Cheryl Baker Heller could not be here today, so I'll be presenting on what we did. Okay. English 0111 Expository Composition Workshop is a course for students who place high on the developmental writing scale. English 0111 allows those highly ranked students or highly placed students to co-enroll in English 1311, the first semester college credit course, with the lab. And so what happens there, if you go to the next slide, without English 0111, these students would be required to enroll in English 0311, a developmental writing course, and wait a semester to begin their freshman composition sequence, taking only developmental writing their first semester. Thus, English 0111 allows highly placed developmental writing students to begin their college-level composition courses a semester earlier than they used to be able to. Okay, the next one. English 0111 is a hybrid course with a wealth of online materials, and many instructors of the first semester college credit composition course express the desire that their students have access to these resources. Not just the students that are in the lab, but all of their students have access to these resources. So in 2008, Developmental English received a Phase 3 grant to make the existing online resources accessible to all first semester college credit composition students, not just those concurrently registered in the lab. The results, if you go back just a second, I'm sorry. Phase 3 resulted in 45 content modules built upon core composition concepts. The resulting modules, of course, were designed to meet the needs of all of the first semester college credit composition students, not just the students in the lab or the developmental students. And the Phase 3 grant allowed UTEP to develop the online support from the beginning 14 content modules to 45 content modules. The grant allowed us to improve existing modules and add or create new modules to address additional core composition concepts. Learning outcomes. Well, we found more students passed the first semester college credit course after using the modules. To assess it, we took 3 full-time, let me just read it. To assess the impact on student learning, we compared the final grades in 11 traditional sections of the first semester college credit composition course taught by 3 lecturers in fall 2006 with the final grades in 12 sections of this course taught by the same 3 instructors using the supplemental modules for their students in fall 2008. We wanted to see if the use of the modules impacted final grades, and we found out they did. In fall 2006, 81% of the students received a passing grade. In fall 2008, 83% of the students received a passing grade, a gain of 2%, and again, that's with using the modules. We also saw improved retention. To get retention rates, we used the same comparison, the 11 sections in fall 2006 compared to the 12 sections in fall 2008. And we found that the supplemental modules had a positive impact on DFW rates. In fall 2006, the rates for those who received a D, F, or W totaled 19%. In fall 2008, after the modules were made accessible to all of the students in those 12 sections, the rates improved 2% for a total of 17%. Now, I realize that 2%, woohoo, big wow, right? Doesn't seem like a lot. But we had some things that were impacting our students outside of the modules that we felt, yeah, that is exciting, 2%. And so we had 2 things that were impacting. The first one was our results are impacted by a major change that has taken place in the high schools that feed into UTEP. Dual credit courses have been implemented in all the districts in El Paso so that students in the top percentages of their class rankings are completing that first semester college credit composition course while still in high school. And so as a result, what's happening is the students that are going into our classes or UTEP are students who are ranked lower in their high school class. Yet they're still doing better in their courses. Okay. The next impact was that in 2006, we changed the cutoff scores at UTEP to align with the Texas Success Initiative, and the students who needed the lab changed to those who had an AccuPlacer score of 5 and a sentence skill score of 79 or less. So again, you had students who were placing not so well on the AccuPlacer test going straight into the first semester college credit course. So you had, I guess, what we could term weaker students going into that first semester college credit course. Before this change, the students would have been in an all-semester developmental writing class and at many institutions in Texas they still are. But what we found is that we just went ahead and stuck them in our first semester course, and they're doing better with the modules, we feel. Another outcome is that the surveys show a significant positive impact on the students. We surveyed the students at midterm and at the end of the term, and we got some interesting results. 94.5% of all students surveyed reported that the modules were very effective or effective at teaching core composition concepts. 89.9% of the students reported that the modules were very effective or effective at helping them to write successful essays. And 82% of the students reported that the modules helped them to pass the first semester college credit composition course. So the students reacted positively to the modules. We believe also that the modules lessen course drift. The first semester college credit composition course is a course that's taught by many different levels of faculty. At UTEP it's used to train TAs. You have part-time instructors teaching it, full-time lecturers, full professors. So you have a wide range of teaching experience, a wide range of teaching styles, and we feel that the shared resources standardized the material taught in the course, and again, lessening course drift. And then finally, the modules increase student interest and engagement in the course. By creating automatic assessment of the quizzes and tests, the students can monitor their own progress, see how they're doing in the class. And I don't know about you, but oftentimes students will come up to me and say, "What's my average?" Well, the students have a better idea of how they're doing in the class because of the online quizzes. The online course also allows students to go back and revisit difficult concepts any number of times, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So they can really go back and look at material until they feel that they understand it. Okay, in terms of cost savings, we had 5 ways we felt that it reduced costs. First of all, the shared resources saved the instructor preparation time. Secondly, the automatic assessment saves the professor grading time, which I'm always real happy about. Third, there's been a lowered cost of course material. Previously, all faculty members that were teaching the 50 or more sections of the first semester college credit course created their own handouts, and so what we found is that duplication costs were very high because people were running off so many materials. The online course, the materials are all there. We don't have nearly the duplication costs that we had before. And finally, there's been a decrease of repeat rates, saving both the university and the student money and time. Implementation issues. The foremost implementation challenge was creating buy-in on the part of the English department. The reason why is the modules were originally developed under a Phase 2 grant by the Developmental English Department. Developmental English at UTEP is a different program under the Provost's office. The English department is a totally separate department in a different college, and so even though there's a lot of cooperation between the two, we are kind of separate entities, and so we wanted them to feel, part of the process. And so the first step of creating buy-in is we brought in English department faculty to help us with the Phase 3 design. We had 5 developmental composition faculty members, worked with 5 developmental writing instructors, and all together we worked to reconstruct the modules in order to make them useful for, again, all the students in that first semester college credit course. Also, Developmental English kept a close liaison with the director of first-year composition during the redesign process to make sure that she knew what was going on and she approved of the changes. And also, Developmental English held a major all-day workshop for the English department, which was required for people teaching that first semester college credit course, and just to teach them about the modules, let them see what resources were there. Okay, the next part. No, don't go yet, Melissa. We found that also an implementation issue is sustainability. The English department has encouraged their professors to use the modules in the first semester college credit course, but it's not requiring them. And so again, we're just hoping that instructors are using them, but there's no way of requiring them to do it. So if they lose interest, we don't have much to do about it. Also, technical expertise is an issue because, as you know, some people are more computer literate than others, and if you have people that are less comfortable using computers, using the online resources, they may be less likely to use them in their classes, even if their students enjoy them. And then finally, the modules resulting from the Phase 3 design had 10 different styles. Since there were 10 of us creating the modules, and we all had our own way of doing things, we had a lot of variety within the modules. And so one of the things that we did is that we just went back and kind of revised the modules so that there was a more uniform nature to all 45 modules after they were created. Finally, we feel that the modules are successful. What we were really excited about is that when we presented the modules for the first semester college credit instructors, they not only expressed interest in them, but the professors that were teaching the course after that one, which is research and critical writing, the second semester college credit course, they wanted to use the modules in their classes as well. And so we recommended that as part of the English department orientation that they have every year, that there be a short presentation on the modules just so the faculty can see that they're there and what's available to them. And that's it. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe how a module looks like?
Sure. The beginning page, and I can get on if it's, is there time? Okay. The front page is basically just a table of contents. At the top it has the goals. In the middle it has the links to the different material within it. And then at the bottom it has links to related concepts. So it will take students to other modules with related concepts. Usually what you have at the beginning is you have a hybrid plan for the instructor. So if the instructor hasn't ever used the module, they kind of know what they can do with it. And then there's materials. For example, we have a module on description. And so there's a brief explanation of why description is important and how it's used in writing. Then there's another handout on showing versus telling, the importance of using specific words when you write. All of the modules have quizzes attached to them just to test that the students understood the content. And we have a policy in developmental English that we just have the students take the quiz until they get 100, because they're not that difficult, and we make sure the students are grasping the content. And then a lot of the modules also have an exercise attached to it as well that the faculty can assign to have them practice the concepts. The one under description is it gives them a sample paragraph, and they have to identify the specific showing words within that paragraph, and then we have them write their own paragraph including showing words. Any other questions? And if you'd like, my email's there, so I could probably send you more information if you'd like to see them. Oh, and they're also in the repository. I'm sorry. So you could, you could get access to them through the repository once it's set up. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Kate Mangelsdorf, and I also am from UTEP. I'm going to talk about a composition course redesign that we did for our second semester composition course, which at UTEP we call 1312, but I think the rest of Texas calls 1302. So before the redesign, and we piloted this redesign both in the fall and in the spring, and then we will implement it this coming year. In the second semester course before the redesign, it was very traditional, face-to-face course, a range of instructors from TAs, part-timers, full-timers, class size 25, a lot of sections every year, some use of WebCT but not consistent. And the curriculum, if you're familiar with writing curriculum, was very old, 20-plus years curriculum. The students wrote one long research paper, several shorter papers on current event topics. The problems that we were having with this course, we have first-year TAs, but because of SACS rules, they are not able to actually teach a course, so they were not directly contributing to the program. Very significant grade inflation. The average grade was an A-. And this was despite the fact that we would have, before every semester, usually some kind of norming, but the grades were still way too high. A lack of classroom space, and as I said, our curriculum was very, very old, 20 years. The goals of the redesign, we wanted to put less prepared students into the Writing Center, which is fairly new at UTEP. We wanted the students to be able to produce more writing, get better feedback. To do this, we decided to use blind calibrated grading by the first-year TAs. So unlike in most writing courses where the instructors are doing the grading, in this course, it was the TAs who did the responding to drafts and the grading, at least 70% of it. And we hoped that the number of Ds, Fs, and Ws would decrease. We wanted to save money by using a hybrid format to save classroom space, to increase the class size, since the grading was now being done by the TAs. And when we started to meet with the lecturers who were involved with this change, something I had not anticipated and that really affected the way that the redesign went on, we totally revised the curriculum. So our revised curriculum goals was that we wanted to teach explicitly for transfer, so that what the students learned in this course, they could take with them and transfer it to their other courses that required writing. We wanted more help for less prepared students with the Writing Center, and we wanted to integrate more digital text to accommodate changing notions of what writing is, because of course, as we all know, writing is no longer simply paper and typewriter, obviously. The assignments that we implemented, again, were extremely different from the other course. Genre analysis, where they analyzed different forms of writing. A literature review is the same type of assignment you would get in the social sciences, for instance, a review of the literature for, say, a psychology paper. Instead of a straight argument, we did a shorter advocacy piece. Those were the three main writing assignments that constituted the bulk of the grade. The students also built their own website. They collected all of their writing and work in an e-portfolio that they posted on their website. And at the end of the semester, they did a short video documentary on the topic that they used for their literature review. And this is how our pilot went. We did 10 sections each semester. We raised the class size from 25 to 35 because the instructors are no longer doing their own grading. We felt that we could do that. A lot of regular meetings with instructors, with TAs, with the tutors. We developed a course website and a wiki for the students. For a long time, we have had our own kind of supplemental book for the composition program called the Guide to First Year Composition, and we revised that to help the students. We held a documentary film festival in May. It was a contest for the best documentary videos. These were about 7-minute videos that the students produced, and about 100 people came to that. And of course, we had ongoing assessment efforts. Our data consisted of final grades, surveys. We had master's students do her thesis on this in the fall, which helped us a lot. But because we redesigned the curriculum so much, essentially we lost our control group because we really could not make any kind of direct comparisons because it was essentially 2 different courses now. Okay, our outcomes. We wanted to to help the less prepared students in the Writing Center. 39% of the students in the redesign sections came at least once to the Writing Center, which is a lot more than they usually do for their writing courses. The average grade for students who came was there AA, and then 5 or more times is a B, and we believe that's because those were the weaker students who were coming the most. And so we feel that that is a positive outcome. Another outcome, we did student surveys about the effectiveness of the feedback, since it's unusual to not have your instructor do most of the grading. And the students felt that overall it was effective. And you can see an improvement from the fall to the spring. We also improved the average return rate for papers after the drafts or the final drafts were responded to 1 week, which is pretty good for a writing course that has pretty long papers in it. We did reduce the grade inflation. The red bar is the traditional course. The blue bar is the redesigned course. And as you can tell, that the percentage of students who got A's went down to about 22% instead of 41% in the traditional courses. And so those grades, I think, have a lot more integrity than in the traditional course. But you can see a little problem area for the F and the W, where for the redesign course that was higher than the traditional course. And so far, everybody has reported improved retention. Well, not us. So our redesign courses, actually our dropout rates increased in the fall pretty significantly, although we got it quite a bit under control in the spring compared to the traditional courses. And then the retake rates, this was somewhat alarming in the fall, 43% versus 30%, although it decreased quite a bit in the redesign courses. We speculate for various reasons, especially the W's, is that some students, they could opt out of taking the hybrid, the redesign course, and take a traditional course. We think some students did that. We think that even though the lecturers who were teaching these courses had designed the curriculum, it was still overwhelming to implement so many changes at once. And so that might be another reason for this high number, although we are showing improvement. Student satisfaction. How much do you believe you learned about composing in this class? Pretty good numbers right there, and again, an improvement from the spring to the fall. How satisfied were you with the course overall? Good numbers overall, especially in the spring. The money saved in the fall, actually for the whole year, we used 20 fewer classrooms and the equivalent of 1 less full-time lecturer. And then when we fully implement this starting this fall, we'll use 28 fewer classrooms and 2.5 fewer full-time lecturers. The lecturers have been reassigned. to upper division courses. The difficulties implementing this, our fall pilot should have been smaller than it was. I think, especially in the fall, we implemented too many changes at one time. We needed to do a little bit more interaction between the raters or the TAs and the instructors. And then again, the retake rates were too high, although progress was made. The successes, though, we think are many. This kind of revitalized a program that had been stagnant for too long. And a lot of people who were not directly involved with the redesign wanted to know about it. We had workshops, a lot of discussions, more collaboration. The Documentary Film Festival was a huge success at the end. Two of our faculty presented our redesign project at 2 national conferences, and the same 2 faculty actually in May received major UT system teaching awards, and of course we don't know to what degree this redesign played in it, but that was certainly highlighted in their portfolios that they submitted to the UT system. And so our plans, when we fully implement it, we have plans for improving retention rates, to mandate regular progress reports that the instructors will send to their students, and also the first semester composition course will slowly introduce the hybrid format to them, so that say in November, the first semester course will become a hybrid course, so that students going into the second semester course will be more familiar with that. And we will continue with all of our assessment efforts, and we are beginning longitudinal studies of students writing in core courses. We have several graduate students who will be doing projects to see if in fact the curriculum is helping students transfer what they learn in a writing course to another course that requires writing. Questions?
From an average of A- to a more normally distributed system, how can you tease out in your results the difference between the course redesign and the simple fact that you've developed, I think, a better grading system?
I don't know that we can, except that what we did, we can speculate, and I think that we had so many norming sessions, weekly norming sessions with the TAs, that I think that those grades were stabilized simply because there was not the instructors could not really reward students so much for working hard, which I think is often what inflates the grades. Not that we don't want some improvement in that way. I mean, some reward for students. No, the TAs did not know the students. Right, yeah.
I have a question. Have y'all looked into the saliva outcomes dropout rates, why they were so high for redesigned courses? I know you had mentioned on the next slide about the retake rates, but the dropout rates, like for instance in fall 2008, redesigned courses 31 and regular 16,
right.
And then the other one 15 and the other 2. Have you looked?
Right.
Do y'all have any idea?
We think that we're speculating again about that, but we think it was too much change at one time in terms of a whole new curriculum with a very different philosophy for the students. It's definitely a more challenging curriculum, which is what we want. Because the other course, was somewhat stagnated, as I said. Could be the hybrid, the teachers perhaps not staying in touch as they should have with the students, especially at the very beginning. And again, some students could also opt out of the redesign course and take a traditional course, in which case it's not really. They could do it within the first few weeks. They signed an agreement, but they didn't have to sign the agreement. They could wait and then do it. No, it could be later. It would be a departmental. Yeah. They could go into another one. Right.
How many did that?
Not very many. Yeah, not very many. But it could have been also just in the very beginning, too, before census day, while there is ad drop, they could still do that, too.
Don't feel like you're the only one that's going to be reporting higher dropout rates, because we found the same thing in our first semester of implementing the course redesign, that it frightened a lot of students away.
Yeah.
So you're not alone.
That's good to know.
When you implement this fall, are you going to keep your class size at 35?
Yes, we are going to keep them at 35.
Because I keep being told that you can't do that in composition classes.
The reason why the composition field is so opposed to that is because responding to student writing is so labor intensive. But other than that, there's no research that shows that you cannot increase the class size for student learning. It's a workload issue for the instructors. So if you take the grading, the responding to students' writing, and the instructors could still, they were responsible for 30% of the grade, so they still had some content. But when you take that away, then you take away that argument, right? But you have to, you cannot let their labor, all the labor of responding to student writing, you have to reduce that if you will increase the class size.
I might just also comment, I've seen analyses of how much time, about 2/3 in a freshman comp course can be spent on grading. So my question would be, why only 35?
Right.
Isn't that much of a grading burden?
Right.
I mean, I'm glad to see you taking this approach, but we've seen this over and over again in math, where class sizes are double because all the grading is huge. So 35 seems minimal.
We have talked about 40, but we want to wait until we get the retention rate higher before we do anything else. Yeah.
Thank you. The question would be about objective way of measuring this inflation of the grade, because that's the issue that we are dealing with any course redesign. When the course is redesigned, it's coordinated, which means that assessment is the same for all the students.
Right.
At this moment, we see really the dropping of the passing rate or higher grades, etc. And our administration is after us, they want to see the improvement of the grades, etc. So is there you show us like the columns seeing that A's, less A's, etc. But is there other way that you measure it, like objectively?
We originally had planned to do it, but we did not. We lost our control group essentially when we totally redesigned it. So we did not do any other kind of objective way, but I think that would be a worthwhile thing to do. I think we're really an open admissions university, and to have 42% of our students get A's in their second semester writing course, I mean, that's a, yeah.
I wanted to just comment about that, because we've seen this phenomenon occur in other redesigns where they know the students are doing much better, yet the grades went down, and when they looked at it, it was grade inflation. This happens all the time. But it's why doing an independent assessment of student learning is absolutely critical, because that's the control that you have. You can simply show, as far as mastery of content, it's gone up. So if you're doing that assessment as a control group, that's the way to counteract the argument when the grades start to change. Because inevitably, it is grade inflation. And I just wish there had been some way, I know that the course changed dramatically, but still, you had pieces of student writing that you could have had the TA's blind grade from both groups, for example. I mean, I think there are ways
That might have been, yeah.
Without an all or nothing kind of strategy.
And we can, we can do that in the fall. Well, no, we can't. But we do have, well, anyway, I'll think about it. But that's a good, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Okay, good job.
Eastfield. I don't see it now. I know we pulled it up.
Do you have it on the thumb drive?
No, I don't. I just pulled it up from my from the Eastfield website.
Okay. Oh, you.
I just went to the campus.
Oh,
office
yes.
today.
Yours is the. Sorry. Yours is that. You don't have a PowerPoint.
No.
Okay. That was my concern.
Okay.
Let me mic. I'll let you put it on.
Where's the best place?
Just put it on the top up there, and you're good to go.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Betsy Joseph, and I represent the Dallas County Community College District, specifically Eastfield College. And I was the lead faculty of a team of 3, which included Elizabeth Houston and Bob Cooper. And Elizabeth and I are full-time instructors. Bob is an adjunct, and we thought that it would be good to have representation from part-time faculty as well as full-time. Our responsibility, our challenge, our mission was to take the second half of English Comp, which we call 1302, and it focuses on argument writing, and one of the major outcomes of this course is to produce a fully documented, properly documented research paper. So the challenge was how to do this in the form of a hybrid. So we were fortunate because when we set out on this mission, we already had built in a wonderful set of videos entitled The Writer's Odyssey. And we also had activities that had been created. And so we provided the curriculum, but we had a building base already, which gave us an advantage. And what I would like to do is to show you, this is my eCampus website from the spring. We wanted to make sure that students could navigate through this site very easily, and so we were very conscious of when we created this. But we have these videos, and I would like to just take a minute to show you, what happened here?
Let's see.
Go back.
You have firewall issues sometimes.
I haven't had any problems with firewalls, but it may be. Okay, while we're trying to pull this up, our approach to the course redesign, considering that the research paper is difficult for students to master and master it successfully, was to use a synthesis approach whereby we would take instructor-led discussion, the 1 day a week that we did the face-to-face meeting, and we would combine that with these videos that the students watched as part of their online assignments. So that was the balance of the course, as well as do the activities which we could do in class during our 1 day face-to-face meeting time, but the students could also additionally do these on their own. And then we had the textbook Inventing Arguments, which we felt was a nice complement to everything else that we were introducing to the students. Not working. Essentially, what we decided to do in our course redesign was to make it as student-friendly as possible. we put the emphasis on the 1 day a week face-to-face meeting, and what I learned from our pilot study in the fall to when I did it on my own in the spring without the pilot was that meeting time is crucial to the student. That 1 day a week, to me, makes it or breaks it. And I think that my colleagues learned the same thing. Therefore, when I did it again in the spring, my completion ratio was much stronger. I had 20 students because I conduct my class in a computer classroom, and we have 20 computers, so we have to limit the enrollment to 20. I had 15 completers in the spring. And I felt that that was a strong indication that I was doing something different and perhaps something better. One of the other considerations, and I don't know whether other groups have thought about this, but we piloted the course in the fall where traditionally 1302 students are not the strongest in the fall semester. They're stronger in the spring semester. I think that had some bearing on the outcomes because I think we did not have the typical 1302 student in our pilot study. So I took that into consideration as well. Doug Hammond, who did the evaluation process for the Eastfield and Richland Spanish hybrid, also did it for us. And we used the criterion pre-test, post-test for evaluation. And overall, his determination was that we demonstrated a success roughly equivalent in our hybrid to the traditional course model. And as I said, that roughly equivalent, I'm wondering if the fact that we did it in the fall with 1302 instead of waiting until the spring might have had some bearing on this outcome. We had the same with the control group, but I still think if we had done it in the spring, we would have had stronger 1302 students in general, because we have, generally people start with 1301 in the fall, then go on and take 1302. Yeah. No, I understand that, but I'm just saying I think had we even continued the pilot in the spring, it would have been interesting to see the results there. Now with the control groups, we chose two different avenues. Elizabeth Houston and Bob Cooper did the traditional face-to-face as their control group that met 3 days a week. I used my online as my control class because one of the things that we wanted to explore, if the hybrid is supposed to be the best blend of traditional and online, I wanted to see how my hybrid course compared with my online. And while I still teach online and I teach traditional and I teach hybrid, I still maintain that the online students are at a disadvantage because they're not getting any face-to-face contact with the instructor. And interestingly, I just finished a 4-week summer 1 session last week teaching 1302 online using the very same materials that I use in the hybrid. And I could tell that the students simply were not able to get the full effectiveness, even with all the resources, because they were missing out on that very critical face-to-face meeting with me. Even though we emailed constantly with one another, I just think that the hybrid is important because it does allow for not just instructor-student interaction, but also for more of a bonding experience among students. Yes, the discussion boards are very useful for that kind of interaction in general, but I still think that the face-to-face component is very important. Okay. Okay. Okay, 5. This will give you a sample of the video component. Overall, the students are very enthusiastic about these videos. They say that they think the videos enhance their learning and, more importantly, reinforce what I do the 1 day a week. So I feel like it's working hand in hand with my particular goals, and they're very well done. You have a writers group composed of a range of diversity, gender, ethnicity, cross-section, as a group of students taking a 1302 course. You also have what we call the gurus or the talking heads who introduce the material, and then we have professional writers interspersed throughout each video who just simply, through their own professional experiences, reiterate the importance of these strategies and the idea of defending a position taken on a topic. And some of them are local, like with the Dallas Morning News, but others are from other areas in Texas as well as California. Okay, let's do the group. Well, yeah, let's do the...
The Oxford English Dictionary defines family as those descended or claiming descent from a common ancestor. Thus, it is irrefutable that if we are indeed descended from a common ancestry, then these orphans really are part of our family, and we need to start behaving as if we are one. Very good, Jada. But, well, come on. I can't put my finger on it. This doesn't sound like you. It doesn't. Not really. Not how you wrote last semester or how you write on your blog. You read my blog? Every week. This doesn't sound like that. Well, you know, this is an advanced course, and the writing needs to be more formal, and smarter, more intellectual. Yeah, but this sounds sort of artificial. And I don't think you should bury your own voice to sound more sophisticated. Okay, I buy that. I need to find a right balance between writing a more formal argument and still having my own distinct voice. Right. But how? I mean, I'm not sure what to cut or change. Look, Jada, you got a great voice, and it's always come through in your writing before.
And then I want to go to a quick tip on plagiarism to show. Okay, just do lesson 4, and then just do the... And they're very succinct.
When it comes to the English language, the Oxford English Dictionary, or OED, is the ultimate authority. Its 20 volumes are filled with the meanings, origins, history, and usage of over 500,000 words from across the English-speaking world. Take the word coffee. The OED defines it comprehensively. A drink made by infusion or decoction from the seeds of a shrub, roasted and ground, extensively used as a beverage and acting as a moderate stimulant. Also, a cupful of coffee, a shade or a tint of the color of coffee, the seeds or berries, raw or roasted, the tree or shrub from which coffee is obtained.
But the definitions are just the beginning. Insight is gained through understanding the word's origins.
The European languages generally appear to have got the name from Turkish kahve, said by Arab lexicographers to have originally meant wine.
And mastery is achieved through exploring its historical usage.
You can find the Oxford English Dictionary, or OED, at almost any library.
There's also an online version available through most colleges where you can access all the same valuable information.
Comprehensive definitions and word origins are just a starting point in your writing.
So as you can see, these quick tips are meant to just reinforce the lessons that are brought out in the videos and as reminders. And there's another one that's on plagiarism that again, reminds the readers how important it is to document properly, since that tends to be a problem in 1302 classes. Based on the qualitative responses from Doug Hammond's report, the students felt that there were gains in learning, gains in interaction, despite the reduced number of face-to-face meetings. And overall, through writing skills, it did not show that the traditional course showed any gain over the hybrid course in the post-test findings of the students' post-test essay. So I think while we may not have seen in the pilot study that there was an increase in writing skills particularly, there certainly was no decrease. And based on those findings, I was able to tweak the course for the spring semester, and will continue to do it for this upcoming fall semester, because I'm realizing more and more that what the students need to do with the balance of their work online, I had been incorporating some of that into our face-to-face meeting and using up that time, such as showing the videos, for instance. I now have the students watch those on their own and take the video quizzes. And I spend the class time interacting with the students, having the students work collaboratively. We do class peer reviews so that we all interact together. I use that time to explain more in depth the upcoming assignments. I have a question-answer session at the beginning and a question-answer session at the end of the hour 20-minute class, where I ask for questions so that I can provide clarification or further explanation. And that's what I think is the deciding factor in the success of the 1 day a week, is how you make best use of that time with the students. Because otherwise, if they've taken online before, they already know what they can do on their own. So you have to focus on what they don't do as well on their own and incorporate that into your face-to-face meeting. The students love the flexibility and the convenience. I had one student who said, "Oh, I used to watch the videos and take the quizzes in my pajamas." And so she really enjoyed having that opportunity to do the balance of that work online. As far as the cost effectiveness, what we learned was that the traditional model was costing $1,392 per student. The redesign is $1,296 for a savings of $96 per student. Classroom space has also become opened up for other classes, particularly hybrids, and we're encouraging our faculty to do that. And touching on something that was mentioned in an earlier session this morning, what we found that made a difference in our spring enrollment over our fall enrollment, we gave a presentation to the advisors in late October and met them at 8 o'clock in the morning, provided breakfast for them. And we did this presentation. We went through the whole redesign model. I had a handout that I gave to each of them. When they started enrolling students for the spring semester, my class was full 2 weeks before the spring semester began, whereas we had trouble recruiting students in the fall for this pilot. The word was out, the advisors were more knowledgeable, they were better informed, and when the students would say, "Well, what's this hybrid?" Instead of saying, "Well, I don't know, you just meet 1 day a week, sounds pretty good, doesn't it?" Instead, the advisors were able to answer those students' questions and give them the information. And so we will be doing that again this fall and during reporting week, and helping them out again because there's been some turnover in advisement. But I think that's critical to develop that collaboration between the faculty and the advisors. The advisors always say they can do their job much better when we inform them of changes that we're making. So I think that has been very interesting, and I think we will continue to do that. Any questions? Yes, sir.
There were two other instructors teaching this in the
pilot.
In the pilot,
Mm-hmm.
Did all three of you attempt to do the same thing in the face-to-face?
Yes. Yes.
Did you have a script or guidelines, or how? I'm always interested in how.
Well, we followed this format because the three of us designed the curriculum, And so we had the same essays. We did the same reading responses.
I understand, but if I were a fly in the wall during the hour long or whatever, the one day a week,
20,
yeah, would it be similar what was going on across all three of you?
Yes. Yes.
How did you ensure?
Well, for one thing, when we set this up in the beginning, Bob Crook, who asked me to be lead faculty, asked if I wanted to choose the members of my team. So I intentionally sought out two people who pedagogically are in alignment with me so that when we designed the curriculum, we were all pretty much on the same page about what our expectations were, how we wanted to approach these things. And so we kept our approaches, you know, except for personality, you know, differences, the same, so that we could get a closer, you know, reading.
Thank you.
Anything else? Bob?
One note to add, the course evaluator for both the Spanish and the English did recommend in his formal recommendations that our community college district, because of the success of these hybrid courses, that we really should consider offering more of them. In our district, there are not, some colleges do quite well, some colleges don't do them at all, so out of the 7 colleges. So that's one thing we're hoping that we can substantiate and encourage other colleges to take this step.
And we have provided presentations to some of our sister campuses or invited them to come and listen to us so that we could spread the word. And we have these videos available in the digital repository on eCampus so that I have colleagues who don't teach the hybrid, but they use these materials, for instance, and I'm trying to encourage them to adapt them to a hybrid design so that we can see more of that on our campus.
I think one of the things that's interesting about having a number of different projects in the same academic areas is that you're able, when you have more time to pursue this, to compare notes about why were some projects more successful than the others. I mean, that's certainly something we found across the country. So, I mean, my understanding is that your success rate during the pilot was about 48% of the students earned a C or better, versus you hear Richland College where 90% of the students earned a C or better. To me, there's a lesson there about what are they doing differently at Richland than, say, what you're doing at your institution to compare those notes. So that's how we learn from one another to help boost those success rates. So pretty interesting when you look at this data across projects. What's the plan for lunch?
In the back door right
Okay.
now. So this would be a good time to bring. It's going to take us probably about 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes to get lunch set up, but it should be ready in a few minutes, so this is a good
So we'll
break
pick
point.
up our lunch and then resume, and sort of the presenters will have to sort of chew around their presentations.
I'm Neil Brand from University of North Texas, and we are doing a redesign for fundamentals of mathematics, fundamentals of algebra, and college algebra. Let's see, Marianne Teal and Mark Grether and I are the ones that pretty much implemented the redesign with a lot of help from Phil Turner and his group and the QEP. Let's go ahead and do the next slide. We've seen a lot of numbers today as far as what's happened with the redesign. But really, to be honest, my goal is not so much numbers, but it's to go from what's on the left here to what's on the right. If you look on the left, that's often what happens in a traditional course. You have students that are engaged, students that aren't engaged, students that are kind of half engaged. And that picture I just pulled off the web. The one on the right is a picture from LSU where they've done the redesign, and that's what we're copying. And if you look at that, every student there is engaged. And that's really what our goal is, to try to get every student engaged with mathematics, seriously thinking about mathematics. Okay. So an overview of what we did the 2 courses, Math 1010, Math 1100. The 1010 is a remedial course, 1100 is college algebra. Traditional means we had class sizes that varied from 30 to 312, I think was the largest. And kind of everywhere in between. We had many instructors, many different styles. We have teaching fellows teaching. We have regular faculty teaching. We have adjuncts teaching. So there's just a lot of variety in what the traditional courses we were teaching were. But they were all mainly lecture and maybe some activities in class, but mainly lecture. Their modification was our redesign was a modified Emporium model. Students met 1 day a week in class, and they were 3 hours a week in our Math Quest Center, which is a lab with 34 computers, workstations for the students. I'll talk a little bit more in a minute about what we did in the 1 hour, but let me move on to learning outcomes. I'm not going to list learning outcomes. If you look at a table of contents for an intermediate algebra course, that would be basically what we're doing in 1010. If you look at a table of contents for a college algebra book, that would be what we're doing in 1100 for the most part. And we didn't change what we were teaching that much. We're teaching the same things. So for Math 1010, to assess the learning outcomes, we did a 10-question pre-post exam. They were multiple choice. We administered to all the sections, redesign and traditional. And here's basically the outcome for the fall. In the fall, in the traditional sections, the average pre-test score was 4.35. It went to 6.15, an increase of 1.8. For the redesign, both pre- and post-test scores were slightly lower, but the difference was 1.79. There's basically no difference. So we could see no significant difference there. Spring 2008 results aren't available. Go ahead. For retention, we were looking at DFW rates. It was interesting because if you notice, they're not too far apart, but in the fall, the traditional was slightly better than the redesign, but in the spring it reversed. So again, I think there's no significant difference there. That's probably mainly due to random variations because of the instructors and various things like that. So I don't think there's anything significant there. Okay. For 1100, we gave a common final in all the sections, including the traditional and the redesign. And that's the way we were assessing. We were comparing the traditional with the redesign classes. We gave, on the common final, there were 16 multiple choice questions, and that's what we based our measurement on. And again, we administered all the sections. So in the fall, the average for the traditional classes was 56.8%. For the redesign was 62.8%. It was a difference, probably significant. For the spring, again, it was a difference. The redesign was slightly better, from 48% to about 53%. So if you do the statistics, for the fall it was significant at the 95% level and 90% for the spring. So there probably is a difference there on the 1100. However, let's see, retention was an issue. If you look at it, again, it was kind of like the 1010 and then it was reversed one semester over the other, which one did better. For the fall, the redesign had better retention rates, whereas in the spring, the redesign had much worse retention rates. And that's an issue that we were really looking at. In fact, if you think about it, this retention rate may affect the previous slide where we showed the learning outcome, because if we had more students dropping, then you would expect if the worst students dropped and they didn't take the common final, they would have brought the average down. So there's an issue there that we need to look into. I have some guesses as to why there were so many W's in the redesign in the spring, but I don't have anything specific. I could talk individually about it, but I'm not going to say anything in public about why I think that happened. So let's move on to the next one. Cost savings, we're still in the pilot stage, so we haven't realized any cost saving. Of course, the pilot costs more, so there's nothing there to compare yet. Our original estimates were $55 a student for Math 1010 and $16 for Math 1100. We still anticipate that based upon what we've seen. There are a number of places where we're saving bits and pieces. The main saving, though, is we're replacing the lecture time, 3 hours a week lecture, with only 1 hour a week lecture, replacing lecturers with tutors, and the tutors are cheaper because they can be either graduate students or undergraduates. Okay. Implementation issues. We use MyMathLab software. We found it to be very good. It was excellent for designing the course. We could standardize the course, have everything the same for all the sections in the redesign. It's very flexible. Of course, they have the lectures. They have all the kind of standard stuff you see in this kind of software. Examples worked out and assisted. There were some issues, and I probably am saying this a little bit differently. The MyMathLab software we thought was very good, but one of their plugins was TestGen, and the TestGen plugin we found to be very buggy. So after the first exam, online exam, when a lot of students would accidentally bump the wrong button on the mouse and it crashed and they had to start the exam all over again, we kind of decided that wasn't a good policy to use that product. So for the most part, we've been doing it on paper. We've been doing paper exams since then. But that's something we're trying to resolve now. We're looking at issues. We're looking at that issue. The MathQuest Center consists of 32 workstations. We had it open approximately 40 hours per week. Full implementation, we hope to have it open a lot more. But with the number of students we're talking about, it was only feasible to have it open 40 hours a week. We used the person that runs our Math Tutor Center to also run the MathQuest Center. So she was actually running two of these things at once. And because of that, she couldn't devote a lot of time to MathQuest Center. And so a lot of issues there kind of fell through the cracks that probably shouldn't have. For example, I think one is, why did we have such a high W rate? If we would have had one full-time person doing the MathQuest Center, hiring and looking at the issues involved with that, probably she would have noticed the high W rate at the beginning. We could have maybe done something about that and mitigated against it. So that's one issue that in the full implementation I think will go better. In our face-to-face meetings, in the 1010, we basically gave a condensed lecture. We talked about what will be happening in the next week and gave them just a brief overview of that. Math 1100, the reason we did that is Math 1010, mainly there we want them to learn just basic skills. We want to learn these basic math skills. Math 1100 is a bit different. We want them to start learning some of the higher thinking skills and be able to relate things to real-world problems. So we tried two different things. In the fall, during the hour, we would give them real-world problems to work out in groups. We found that wasn't particularly effective. Students just didn't seem to pick up on it. Just didn't seem to be working. So in the spring, we tweaked it a bit. We still had groups working on problems, but we didn't give them quite such challenging real-world type problems. We modified the problems. We made them more like the homework problems, but maybe just kind of the next step harder. Just something a little bit more than what they would see in MyMathLab. And that seemed to work a bit better, but we're still tweaking that to see what the best way to do it for Math 1100 for the in-class. We also changed a few of the rules on homework. When they're doing a homework problem, they can either view an example or they could do an assisted example. Now, we turned off the view example because what we found was students would look at an example and they just look at it, and instead of kind of being active about it and trying to work through it, they would just look at it and then they would go to the problem they're supposed to work, and maybe they could figure it out, maybe not. But with the assisted, they were actually more active, and it seemed to work better as far as for them learning from doing the homework. So we just turned off the view example option in the homework. Another change we made was quizzes. In the fall, we had 3 attempts for a quiz, and they would get the highest score among the 3. We upped that to 10 attempts. We thought there's no reason to limit it to 3. I mean, if they want to keep trying and improving, great. They're learning something, so that should be encouraged. Future plans. Originally, we'd hoped to do full implementation fall 2009. But the issue there is the space. We really don't have the space for the large computer room that we would need. So 2009, 2010, we're going to continue what we did this year with a few sections of 1010 and a few sections of 1100, tweak what we're doing, use what we've learned, try to improve that a bit. 2010, 2011, we're still hoping for full implementation. And again, the issue is space. There's just an issue of finding enough space for it. Okay. Here's a few pictures from the MathQuest Center. These are students. These are basically typical pictures. If you walk into the MathQuest Center now, you'll see students doing exactly this. You won't see students sitting there asleep. You won't see students doing what you often see them in a lecture. So in that sense, I think that our goal has been realized in the sense that I think we are getting the students more engaged. We still have some things to work out, but I think that for the most part, we're getting where we want to be. Okay. Here's some contact information. So are there any questions? Yes.
You said you had some trouble with the test generator.
Yeah.
We're using the online test or the test gen?
Test gen.
Okay, because we've used the online test and have tests all the time.
That goes with MyMathLab?
Yes, with MyMathLab.
Yeah, we're kind of in the process. In fact, Mary Ann's doing that right now. She's taking a big database of questions that we have and putting those into the actual MyMathLab as opposed to using test gen. It has some advantages and disadvantages, but at least we won't have it crashing then.
Why not just use the online? Are you trying to make a multiple choice? Is that the issue for doing the test gen?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, we're trying to make it multiple choice. Other questions? Yeah.
What is the prognosis about solving your space issue? I mean, you mentioned it's a problem, but is there a resolution in sight?
There's not a definite resolution in sight. We don't have something specific in mind. We did have something in mind. Our business building, they were planning on a new business building, but with cuts, it looks like that's not going to happen, so we're kind of back to square one to try to find something. There are a number of businesses around the campus that have gone out of business. Mm-hmm. Vacant buildings, I guess I should say. Mm-hmm. So we may look into that, but we haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay.
Anything else?
Next group, UT Brownsville, developmental math.
Good afternoon. I'm Jerzy Mogilski from University of Texas in Brownsville, and I'll be talking about the redesign of developmental mathematics courses. But maybe I will start with general idea of redesigning the courses, because this idea is wonderful. I got very excited about this idea many years ago, and we started with courses like general education courses, college algebra, pre-calculus, and we are trying to apply it the same way to a developmental program. But thing is like that institutions are drastically different, and our institution is the one which is combination of university, which has aspiration about research, graduate programs. Recently we got even a doctoral program, and community college, which is very much into this developmental program, lower division courses. So what happened, in my unit, I'm chairing the Department of Mathematics. We have programs starting from developmental mathematics, general education, bachelor's degree, master's degree. Now, many people want to go further, even to add PhD program, and you have 24 faculty for that. So in this case, it's hard to think about, that you are going to, assign certain faculty to developmental programs, certain to general education, certain to say upper level courses or master's program and so on. So that's one of the unique thing. And looking at this, first I look at the thing as being a problem to solve. But on the other hand, it's something which seems to be helpful, because one thing is that you have all those programs, but the other thing is you have resources. And I can consider each of this program from this point of view that there's resources. How do I see the developmental program to be resources for the other? Is that you can use graduate students to teach developmental courses. And at this moment you pay them, so they are on the campus. Instead of working somewhere else, they spend time on campus, they work for you. They develop them themselves, because teaching mathematics is something that develops them as well. So that's the reason that I got very attracted into this idea, that using developmental program to support upper level program and trying to figure out how we can do it. Okay, but on the other hand, I can say that 85% of our resources go toward teaching developmental and general education courses. 35% goes toward developmental courses. So at this moment you say that the department is based on teaching developmental and general education. The other one is little addition, 15%, to teach bachelor's degree and master courses. But so probably the thing tells you that what is the situation, right? We don't have increase in enrollment for bachelor's degree. Now recently we have quite significant increase in master degree, but still it's not that big that you'd expect. So the whole idea would be to shift full-time faculty from teaching lower division courses, including developmental, toward research and toward teaching upper level. Give them more time to do the research, that's one thing, and give them more time to work maybe on more challenging or better courses in master's degree. You know, when I started at UT Brownsville, that was in '96 or something like that, a huge part of my teaching assignment was teaching developmental courses. I had very few courses which were upper level courses to teach. And then, you know, slowly the thing changed. Okay, and going back to developmental program. This program consists of 3 courses. There is basic mathematics course, there is introductory algebra course, and there is intermediate algebra course. And the whole program went through first redesign somewhere in the middle of '90s. That was the time when the university created computer-directed instruction laboratory. What is the meaning of it? First of all, you know, there was laboratory classes added to developmental courses, and also there was certain space in the campus when students were coming and doing the laboratory work on the courses. So what is the final effect of it? For instance, this basic mathematics course is only laboratory course, has 3 lab hours. The introductory algebra course has 3 lectures and 3 labs. Intermediate algebra the same, 3 lectures and 3 labs. Now if you look at this from credit point of view, the first one is only 1 credit, 2 other are 4 credits, right? From, like we say, lecture hour equivalent, the first one is 2 lecture hour equivalent, right? Because you multiply by 2/3. Then 2 other are 5 lecture hour equivalent. Courses are very expensive. You know, a calculus course is not that expensive. If I look at the graduate course, it's not that expensive. It's not 5 LHEs. That's. But on the other hand, students are expected to have 6 hours of face-to-face meetings on the campus. 3 of them would be lecturing. 3 of them would turn out to be coming to this special laboratory and working on the computers. Okay, so that was a situation that we started with, thinking about redesigning the course. Now, the problems that we had turned out that, the way that department was run before I started to chair the department was that this laboratory was optional for faculty. So no one was coming there even. No one was paid for that, so no one was doing any work. So faculty was only, participating in this lecture hours, 3 hours per week, and that's it. In the laboratory, there was technician support, like the person who was turning on the computers and helping with logging on, etc. There was not much of academic support, so students didn't feel like there is someone who is watching them or pushing them or helping them, etc. And it affected the whole, I would say, the whole program very drastically. We could see, that everything going down in terms of the passing rate, especially, the thing that when you look at I think that's one objective measure that we can apply, and I started to work on it. I don't have the full results, but I have partial results, is following that. We can track students who took developmental courses with us in the college algebra courses. And we could see, what is the passing rate there. So I think that this one would tell you something that how much they learn in developmental program, how good is the developmental program. And the statistics that I saw so far is not very good. I say that probably like 40, maximum 40% of students who took some of the developmental courses pass college algebra later on. But if you look at the ones who go straight to college algebra, passing rate would be like 60% or more. So that's one interesting observation. Okay, so first what we started with is that we wanted the courses to be coordinated, in the sense that before, courses were taught by full-time faculty, maybe lecturers, maybe some of the courses were taught by part-time faculty. And there was no really, I would say, the common assessment for students, or the way that you are assigning the grades. We used the departmental final exam, but I noticed that none of the faculties was following the grades from the departmental final exam. So in this case was like, okay, someone was failing departmental final and was getting the grade of B. So really inflation of grades was very big. So that was the first issue that we started to deal with and make the courses coordinated. So what we have right now is for each of the courses, we have coordinator of the course. For each of the courses, we have a website of the course, which has the material, like lectures, homework assignment, quiz assignment, test assignment, and so on. So students go through the same thing in each section of the course. So that was the big move. And we did it a little bit earlier than, we did it already in fall of 2008. So we had all the courses coordinated. Then the next part was, the number of students and number of courses, which was really hitting very strong, the budget of the department. So what we managed to do is to limit the number of courses, for each of the different courses there would be only 10 sections, one section online, and we had some sections which were taught the traditional way just to compare the results. So we had this scenario for the fall, for the spring semester of 2009, and we are going to follow the same scenario for our full implementation of the redesign. So less number of courses. Problem that we have is that this laboratory that we are using for development of mathematics is separate from laboratories that we have for college algebra, pre-calculus, elementary statistics, and so on. So capacity is no more than for each of the section that comes there would be 25 students. So at a certain time of the day, you could have only 50 students plus some, right? And so we cannot go beyond this. So in our case is that we need to have the room for the lecture time and the room for the laboratory time. I would like to comment on one thing that my idea was first to move everything, say, let's limit the lecture hours to 1 hour per week. The rest will be on the website of the course. And there was big resistance coming not only from the side of the students, but also from the faculty. They said, no way to do it. So in the spring semester, we had 2 hours of lecturing and 3 hours of lab, and kind of 1 hour was moved to the internet. The students were working on the website of the course. So that's probably the model that we are going to continue. The other one was that I wanted to have the course taught in one, let's say, platform, Blackboard. No, it turned out that Blackboard does not have all these nice things like, for instance, MathExcel has or MyMathLab, etc. So there was big discussion and big fight within the department, and we decided that we are going to use both Blackboard and not MyMathLab, but there's MathExcel, which is not very expensive for students, as they pay very small amount of dollars. And so what do we have? We have lectures and everything which is on the Blackboard, including the tests, and there are several tests during the semester. The homework is on MathExcel. It's graded by MathExcel and then transported to the Blackboard. So using two platforms, I still believe that maybe the thing is not necessary, but I'm following what faculty says. The other thing that we faced was I was very excited about the fact that I can use different teaching personnel, including undergraduate students, including graduate students, including whoever I consider to be the good fit for teaching. And I ended on the red carpet in the VPA office saying that no way to do it. You've got to have fully qualified instructor in each of the courses, unless you define the courses to be online. But if it's online, they're not very effective. So we are going to close the sections and things like that. So I didn't have much choice. So I went this way that I'm putting fully qualified instructor in each of the sections. So when you have 10 sections of introductory algebra, each section has fully qualified SACS, Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, qualified person to teach the course. That's what is one of the difficulties that I need to face. Okay, so very few things. Okay, so that's one of the difficulties that the way that administration sees this redesign is that they want to have everything according to the rules. They are not open very much into any change. It's the kind of limitation that we have, because we have a lot of tutors and undergraduate students who are wonderful and work perfectly. Now, the other thing that I would like to mention maybe toward the end is that this program belongs to the Department of Mathematics, but still we don't know whether it belongs to us or not. It's like no man's land, because we offer the courses, but we are not obliged to do any assessment, anything like that. There is no really place on the campus that you can say that this particular unit is responsible to do full administration of the program. We have one office which is called Developmental Studies Office, which is the other college. We have also a learning enrichment unit which does something regarding to the developmental program. So that's another difficulty that I have. If I try to do something, that immediately there is several persons who are interested what you are doing, why you are doing this way, and please communicate with us. It's not like one unit. But if I don't have more time, I can stop now. 1 minute. Yes, so at this moment we did a pilot in the spring, and I'm still in the middle of counting results. As a matter of fact, when I look at the results, I think that we need to do something like that, like recounting of the votes or something like that, because some of the results were very striking, and I don't believe that they're true. But in the meantime, is that for the basic mathematics and introductory mathematics, we see that there is slight improvement in passing grade of the courses. And it's better if you compare the thing with the traditional way, when students meet, say 6 hours face-to-face, paper and pencil activities. There is something that I couldn't understand, which is in intermediate algebra, the thing went down drastically. I believe there's probably some miscounting or something like that. I need to do it again. But in our pilot, we also do the following thing, that we do item analysis of the assignments and tests that students do during the semester. And we try to track it, starting from the fall of 2007 and going to, spring 2007, fall 2008, and then spring 2009. And this thing is still the work in progress. We don't have the final results of it. But in the fall, we are going to implement the model that we started in the spring of 2009.
Okay, hello, I'm Don Edwards. I'm from Texas Women's University, and I have with me Marianne DeMonk. And that's all today. Marianne is a computer science professor, and her responsibility on the activity primarily was a redesign of our computer literacy course. Frances Thompson is our other primary person. She's a math ed faculty member that was responsible for the developmental math course, and she could not be here today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we were doing and where some of this started at TWU. Like many places, the number of students that have to take developmental math courses is an issue. And at TWU, we're probably like a lot of others. About 40% of our entering freshmen are placed into developmental math. The latest numbers I saw, about 27% of those people will take it more than one time. Some of them many more than one time before they get through. And we're like others. We have seniors that are just taking their core math class, and we're trying to improve that situation. We proposed a paired course redesign of developmental math and computer literacy, which I've been asked many times why we did that, and it seemed like a really good idea at the time, and I think it still is. We were looking at a bridge program in the summer that we've been doing for several years where we had a developmental math course, and we wanted to pair that at TWU with a course that was for credit. And since the computer literacy is required from most of our students, we thought that would be a good choice because we were just starting to move the developmental math course to more technology, and we thought the computer literacy would reinforce the students' work in the developmental math course. And so that was our initial premise. So we proposed to the coordinating board, and our proposal was accepted, and we've had some issues since then. A little bit about the way we do this. One of our first thoughts, and with the idea of saving money, was to increase our class sizes. And we've gone from plus or minus 30 to plus or minus 50, and I think we can probably go higher than that. Our developmental math classes were more in the 20s. Our computer literacy courses were more in the 30s. The limitation on the developmental math was that our teachers thought that was all they could deal with. Our computer literacy class was limited by the size of our computer labs because we were teaching all sections in the lab. So we still have some physical limitations, and I'll talk about those in a minute. What we did, our basic course structure, we took for both courses, we have one day a week that we meet in a face-to-face session, lecture, but also some demos and group activities and active learning activities and discussion. And then the second day, since most of our classes are either Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday, the second day we break into smaller groups. So for the computer literacy class, the intent being ultimately, I think that we really have a major requirement that second class period. We'll have computer labs available, students available to help students. They can go as long as they're doing all right. They won't really have to go to the computer lab. With the developmental math, we do the face-to-face one day. The second day, we have 2 rooms available. One is just a computer lab for them to work using My Math Lab. The other room has computers, but it also has facilities for small group discussions, tables set up, and that's kind of the place people go that need the most help. So the intent of that is to prepare them to move through materials they're having difficulty with. So there's some individualized instructions based upon feedback they get from diagnostics within My Math Lab. We give them some more. The math ed faculty member is big on using manipulatives, and so she had some things she designed tied to that course to help students better understand the math concepts and move them forward more quickly. What we did in this course and how we looked at student learning outcomes, our basic assessment measure for the developmental math was that we did pre and post test. We give a placement test to all entering freshmen, and we give a post test at the end of the course. We did a couple of other things, but wisely we were told we were trying to assess too many things, so we focused on the pre and post test scores. And 2 of the things, one our developmental pilot And one of the other courses, we actually used a different test because we'd been using a placement test that we developed in-house, and we moved to AccuPlacer. So I'm glad to hear people using that, because I think that's where we're headed. Because of TSI issues, we're going to use AccuPlacer instead of our homegrown placement test. The computer literacy, we looked at common elements on final exams. And like many things I've heard today, did we get a lot of improvement in our pilot? Some, but not any significant improvement. In the computer literacy, our traditional, we had 127 students. In our redesign, we had 46 at the end of the semester. Basically, a slight improvement in average scores on the test. The same for the developmental math. The pretest and traditional went from 10.45 to 15.86, and the redesign went from 10.67 to 17.69. The only thing I really see significant about that was that we're looking for 16 as an indicator that they're ready to move to the next course. And so at least on our redesign, the average got past that. But it's really no significant difference. Now, part of that, I think, is experience teaching this way. And I think as we do it more often, we will see much more improvement, doing what we're doing, but doing it better. And I think that will come in time. So like I say, improvement, but not really any significant difference in learning outcomes. Grades, pass-fail rates, again, some improvement, but not on the computer science, pretty much the same. On the math side, we went from 86% passing in the traditional to 92% in the redesign. So we did see some improvement there. Again, though, with doing this with one semester, I'm not sure I can say that's repeatable. So we'll see where we go. Just some numbers. Letter grades. We saw, the traditional developmental math. We had more A's in the traditional than we did in the redesign, and I think that some of those would just simply be attributable, I think, to the faculty member doing the redesign might have been a little more rigid in the way she looked at things than some of the adjuncts and others that were teaching the traditional classes. And again, I think I'm just kind of repeating. There was, some differences, but really not anything that I can really talk about. And I think the same thing there. More A's in the traditional course, more B's in the redesign course in math. Failing grades lower in the redesign course, which is kind of what we were looking for. And cost reduction, I did want to talk about that a little bit because we did all those things about how we're going to reduce cost in teaching these courses. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do that, and kind of an explanation why there. Up to this point, I think we're doing good. We're going to implement this thing fully in the fall. We're going to do nothing but redesign courses in both computer literacy and in developmental mathematics on the first course. We've been pushed a little bit in that we've have some budget issues at TW, which is really strange because we've had more growth than many schools in the state, and we're still having some budget issues. It's tied to formula funding and the mix of our classes, and so we're having to go through a budget reduction. So one of the first things I say is that we had to put through in our first pass a budget reduction starting this fall, and I put forward our reduction in the number of sections that we're going to teach because of this redesign, so I got a big plus at the institution just because I could offer it up immediately. Our first pass-through in reducing our budget is really to reduce the number of adjuncts teaching classes. So we're looking throughout the university at larger class sizes, teaching fewer small courses, changing the way we schedule our classes. But most of us are coming forward with the idea that we need to make our classes larger. And TW's been really good about keeping their classes down. When I talk about a large class and when Phil Turner would talk about a large class, we're not talking about the same thing. I mean, order of magnitude different there. But we are significantly increasing it. And the pressures that puts on us is that we don't have a lot of places to teach large classes. Our large classroom is about 165 unless we move to an auditorium that we don't normally teach in. So those are going to be our large classes. And but all of the departments, especially within arts and sciences, are going to be looking at doing things that are promoted within this activity. We're going to look at maintaining quality, increasing the size of our classes, and improving student learning outcomes is just going to be kind of a way of life at TWU over the next few years. Implementation issues, I think we found a lot of things about our students. They basically were positive. As positive as you can get in a developmental math course, where sometimes you have to kind of prod them a little bit to move them along. We found also the same thing. You really have to count everything. You can't tell them to go do something because it'll be good for them. You know, you have to put a grade with it. And so we had a little lesson to learn there with some things. And so we're having to tell them they need to spend time outside of class online using my math lab. And we have to measure it, so we have to count the number of hours in some way. So we're having to change maybe a little bit of the way we approached it. Enforcing mandatory session attendance, 70 average in the skills tests they do, and in the computer was kind of the thing we set. If you do those things, then you don't have to spend as much time with individualized instruction, or you don't have to come to the labs as much. And we're just having a little trouble enforcing some of those. It's hard sometimes to get the students to do the things that we know they need to do. With the learning materials, my math lab, we had started using just before we started this project. So we had some experience with that already. And initial resistance, probably still a little bit of resistance, but I think we've moved past that. We've been a Blackboard site for as long back as I can remember, so most everybody was already using that. The math faculty member, with some help from an instructional designer, generated some PowerPoint lessons that the students can use and go through outside of class that reinforce the things she was doing. Computer science and the computer literacy, we really haven't found an equivalent product to my math lab. And Dr. Monk has kind of looked for one, so if anyone knows of something, let her know. She uses Blackboard also, and she's developing some custom content to support things within the class. So she's developing some online interactive modules and is well into that process. We use the clickers, and we've had some problems with that. There seems to be a little bit right now, but some people thinking that it was a fad, and so we're having to fight that battle a little bit. So, any feedback people would give us as to whether they had a lot of success with those, I would appreciate. Full implementation in fall 2009. We had planned to do that anyway, and right now I have no choice. I don't have the budget to go back and do the others. So we've moved some things from paying for GTAs to teach a class. We're using different funding sources to have them support larger classes. So we're on target to move forward. A little bit of a issue with personnel. Our math faculty member is leaving us. I don't know whether it was this project that did it or not, but she decided to retire. So she was packing her office yesterday, but we're still working some with her. So I will be transitioning to a new person responsible for the developmental math. And we're going to start working on that in August, so I think we'll be there. Questions?
Delmar.
we're really codependent on one another, so we're sharing the spotlight this afternoon. I'm Sandra Valerio, and I'd like to introduce Antonio David. He's the chair of our Department of Math and Physics. Eric Moeller has been the project coordinator and one of the instructional leaders for the course redesign, and Ahmad Shafi is our survey specialist.
How about now? Okay. We did a common assessment of items here for our core exam. The traditional mean was 84 for the traditional class, and the standard deviation was 14. For the redesign, we had a mean score of 80 and a standard deviation of 18. And as Ahmad was collecting the data and looking through it, he noticed a few sections were kind of sticking out. They looked really promising or really nice on the data. So we asked a stats prof to look through the data and see what he could come up with. And he was looking at it and said it appeared that the scores for these few were bright, and he said the exam could be from a result of the instructors who wrote the exam. That the instructors that wrote the exam were from the traditional sections, so it might be influenced from that. So these instructors who wrote the core assessment were also teaching that traditional college classes. So we felt that they could have some confounding or additional influence of the data could have taken place. So these scores of these sections were deleted from the traditional data set. And when we removed that, it took the mean score down to an 83. Didn't affect the standard deviation for it. Of course, the redesign stayed the same. And from that, statistically, it meant that there is not sufficient evidence to claim that the mean scores of the assessment exam is significantly different between the students taking the traditional and students taking the redesign. And he said this is because the zeros contained in the 95% confidence interval, where the interval went from negative 0.079 to 0.931. So basically, we really didn't do any worse than the traditional class, meaning we, the redesign team, didn't do any worse than the traditional.
So when we looked at the student learning outcomes, the best way we found it was to take the words from our own students. And so I know it's a lot of reading material, but I mean these students emailed the instructors or completed the survey, the pre and post assessment surveys, with comments like, "I truly love the class. I'm usually horrible in math and never understand what's being taught." As we move on in that comment, he or she says, "You're able to learn at your pace, which increases the chance of understanding the stuff being taught, and you're able to learn the material before the next day and get caught up with the material to be worked on. It's all very great. I would definitely recommend this technology class to everyone." And the technology we're talking about is the incorporation of My Math Lab as a software tool, classroom management tool that our redesign team used. One of the other students, his or her comments included that how useful My Math Lab was, and went on to comment, "Our math professor with Mr. Finnegan, you are a great instructor and you really helped me understand the course." So it wasn't just the course material, it wasn't just the software, it was also the redesign instructors that our math department selected.
From those informal questions or that informal responses, we did collect formal data, but this was just informal things that they sent back to us. We kind of prompted them to send us their thoughts on the software, and we didn't do this during the semester. We waited until after the grades were turned in. We didn't want them to think it would affect them in any way, pros or cons. So it was kind of voluntary, to get that information from them. On the next screen here, this is about the course completion, and this is in the traditional data. Of course, the top three is what we were considering our success rates, A through C, and the bottom are the DF and Ws that NCAT was asking for. So in the DFW, you can see we had a 54% rate there. Go on. And for the redesign, the DFW rates were 42%, which is pretty good improvement there, what we were looking at. And when you pull these together, go ahead to the next one. When you pull these together on a pie chart, maybe it wasn't the best chart here, but if you look at the traditional, again, 46 compared to a 58 on the redesign. And similarly, I'm sorry, for the DFW, the previous one was the AC. For the DFW is 54%, and the redesign is 42%. So go back to the other one now. So in the AC, so for the success rates, you've got success rate of 46 for the traditional, but your success rate for the redesign is 58. So we show that's a pretty good improvement there, going from the traditional to the redesign. And there's some other statistical stuff that the stats prof pulled together for us at the bottom. May or may not be of interest to you. But so we're showing both in the AC and for the DFWs are going in the right direction for the redesign. Yes, ma'am.
This is back to the issue of grades versus measures of learning, and you show no difference on the common measure of learning, but you show big increases. That's a contradiction. Can you account for it?
Well, we said there was no significant difference between the assessment and
Right.
we show an improvement in the grades.
That's a contradiction. In other words, theoretically, the assessment and the grades would be correlated. I mean, are you...
Can you hear me? I was going to address that in a few minutes when we got to pedagogy. In my opinion, the significance in the redesign having a higher pass rate is that we put the right people in the right place. So when we define redesign, we have a traditional class where we have an instructor that uses chalk and talk. Then we have a second completely online class, and then we have a hybrid where we have an instructor that teaches part of the time in the class and that spends the rest of the time using my math lab as a tool to help the students. Well, our students now have a choice as to which format they want to take. So we make it a point to advise them properly and help them in making that choice, so when they do go to the class, they've chosen what's best for their particular learning style. So I'm a firm believer that if you address the learning styles of those different students, that you will see improvement, if not necessarily in the grade, in productivity. Because we always ask them, is this the right thing for you? And the answer most of the time is, yes, this is what I need to do. But we have an open door policy, so we have students that are weak, but we still give them the opportunity to choose the path that's right for them. Did I answer your question? Okay, please ask again.
You have a common exam where you show no difference, in essence, in student performance, and yet you have an increase in student success on the grades. Something else is going into the factor of why those grades are increasing. Perhaps it's your grading scale. Are you giving class points for things other than tests and exams? You theoretically, in an ideal world, if they're measuring common things, you have the same result. The reason for asking is you've got to counter the grade inflation question, because unless you've got some common measure.
Right, and one of the things that happened is initially we had chosen the comparison of final course grades, and that had to change. So this is what we're looking at: final course grades from Follow 7 to Follow 8 versus a common exam for one semester. So that may have some impact on why there's a difference, or why there wasn't that much a difference. Had we taught the assessment or had the redesign faculty constructed that exam, then things may have been a little bit different.
Or if our redesign faculty had more experience teaching the redesign course, we think our assessment may be brought up later on. We're kind of new at teaching the redesign.
We're not assessing the same thing there. The final grades that was what was asked of us to provide, was like what were the final grades versus supplying what our assessment results are. So
Usually when grades go up, the learning goes up, because grades are a general reflection of increased learning.
Right. But we're looking at grades over the course of a year versus assessment of one semester.
All right, the next slide is just looking at the number of A, B's, C's in percentages. You see the number of A's, the number of B's and C's and everything tends to increase while the D's and W's, D's stay about the same, but the F's come down and the W's come down. So our retention's there. Go ahead.
Okay. I hinted on this a few seconds ago. Again, I have to define what we call redesign. So I'll say it one more time. We have redesign that's completely online. We have a class that's a combination hybrid of an instructor in front of the class and the use of my math lab in the class. And then we have just a traditional class. Okay. The key to the hybrid course is that we have students that need someone to talk with. And we have an instructor there for them, and then they practice using my math lab. As you can see here, we have more practice time, and that's because obviously when the instructor explains a problem, the students have the extra time to practice. More interaction with the instructor, and that's always a plus for some students. But if you've taught mathematics, then you know that there are students that will sit there in a traditional chalk and talk lecture, and they will listen to the instructor, and they'll take all the notes, and then they'll go home and they'll teach themselves. Well, the key to that is what they use to teach themselves. Well, traditionally, they only have a textbook. But in our online approach, we have so much more in my math lab. For those of you, and I notice that some of you are using my math lab, you know that there are lots and lots of resources at the student's disposal. Now, the one thing that public school, and I was a public school teacher for a while, one thing they got right is you have to reteach. So if you don't have an opportunity to reteach, that is a failing, and students simply can't, they just won't be successful. But in a college environment, because we have so much information to cover, it's almost impossible to reteach. So again, the key here is what kind of learning resources do you have at the student's disposal? And again, that's where my math lab comes in, because it introduces a lot of learning resources, including tutorial help and some other things. Now, a few seconds ago, or earlier in the day, one of the concerns was, what about that fourth year of mathematics that some of the high schools are asking for? Well, we've addressed that issue in that we've been using my math lab as an online course for several of the high schools in our area, offering them that fourth year of mathematics. Now, the beauty of our approach is that we use a facilitator there in the classroom that's not necessarily a college instructor, but that facilitator is trained by specifically me and some of the other more knowledgeable My Math Lab people, and they help the students individually in the class. So we're serving a purpose in that we teach the class. As the instructor of record, I'll create the class, and the facilitator will teach the class there on the specific high school campus. So we've served that need. And right now we're talking about college algebra, but we've actually taken it a step further in that we've now introduced this same tool and these same approaches in some of our other classes, specifically trigonometry and some of the developmental classes. So the question now is sustainability. Well, we're so into this, and we know that this is such a positive approach because the specific numbers may not show the increase in terms of grades. But the question here is, how many times are the students taking and retaking the class? Do you have access to information? Do they have access to information outside of class? And these questions are answered for us.
Sandra's been a link to the dual credit program also. She's the coordinator for the dual credit, so she helps coordinate everything that we do with their office. Other things we do on here that aren't listed is like in my math lab, they've got an announcement page that I use all the time just to communicate with the students. So you don't have to keep repeating things in your class. You can just post it on the announcement page, plus the email capabilities, be able to let students know when things might change on you real quick. You can just let them know by email. It's been a nice feature on there. Also, when you're in the classroom now, instead of the students sitting in the back of the class, and if you're in a traditional class, they can sometimes sit back there and hide most of the semester. Well, now you've got an active classroom, so we're kind of moving around the classroom and getting those people active earlier in the semester. Okay. Some of the cost savings we've got on here, these are just changes in the class sizes. Our original estimate in the redesign was we were going to go from 8 sections to 22. We've actually gone up to 26 sections in the pilots. Where the section size increase in the online redesign, our original estimate was going to be at 22, and we thought we'd go up to 30 in the estimate. And the actual went from 22 to 31, and we put average in there because sometimes in Antonio's online classes they've hit 39 or 40 in actual enrollment. He's just been generous and said just if they want to keep enrolling, bring them in. So he's gotten some pretty big online classes at time. The projected enrollment increase, we estimated at 10%. We actually got it up to 8%. While the reduction in traditional sections, we estimated we'd cut them by 8%, and we've actually cut them down to about 21%. For implementation issues, what worked best? There's a whole bunch of them, of things that worked really well for us. One of them is the software allowed us for more individual instruction. Of course, the active classroom has been nice instead of the passive one in the past. The quick feedback to instructors and students. Students have really liked that. We've got a lot of feedback from the informal part. Students saying they like how quick they can get information back instead of waiting for a week to get their homework back graded. The 24/7 accessibility. Of course, reaching the visual learners, the frequent assessment, managing the time on task. In terms of instructors, one thing after a while I created an email listserv to stay in touch with the faculty. Sometimes when you get going the semester, the new faculty don't realize what's going on or there's new changes within my math lab. So to keep them up to date with what's going on, I will just try to every month, or actually just got down to about every week, I'd send the faculty an email of what's going on or remind you to manage your incompletes and different things that are going on with my math lab.
Okay, what worked least? For those of us that have taught for a long time, we know that we have instructors that are kind of entrenched in what they do. Again, and you've heard the expression, I'm sure we call it talk and talk, and their reality talk and talk is effective, but realistically, you're only touching a small portion of the students in class with talk and talk because you have visual learners that simply require a different approach. So it's been very difficult for us to try to change the minds of some of our, I don't want to use the term older because I'm in an age group, let's just call them more experienced instructors. But we've actually made some significant progress, and we've gotten a lot of instructors on board because they can see the students' activity level there, and I'm going to actually use the word enjoyment of coming to math class. And I not only have less than a minute, but we've now partnered with Kingsville, and we are introducing several new computer classrooms in our building, which means that we're going to be able to increase these numbers of these computer classes, hybrid classes, and again, the responses have been very, very positive.
All right, we're just going to try to jump to the end of our future plans here. On the instructional side, we want to continue to use the redesigned software. We're going to expand how my math lab is used. Some of the faculty realizing how powerful it is, and they're going to take advantage of it. We're going to introduce new technologies or incorporate it with my math lab. Faculty are starting to tape themselves using Camtasia or MediaSite. In terms of administration, we're going to add 3 new computer classrooms, so 3 brand new ones. We're going to update 2 of our existing computer classrooms. We're going to be updating the computers in our Math Learning Center for the students. We'll be providing professional development opportunities for our faculty. Math is our QEP for our next SACS accreditation coming up. And then you want to talk about the college readiness?
Just college readiness standards and full credit will be part of the administrative support that the college is providing to states.
Okay. We want to thank Dr. Davis and Zuniga and Colby Stover for their support during this thing. Y'all been great.
Well, I think in the interest of time, we're going to skip this next break. We build in these breaks partially to allow when this starts to happen, when we fall behind. So if people need to get up and use the restrooms, I think you should feel free. But why don't we just press on, and then we'll have a break after this next and final group of three. So the Texas A&M folks. And you're live.
Okay. Are we ready to go, or should I wait a minute?
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Jill Zareski. I'm from Texas A&M University, and our project was Course Redesign for Math 1324, which is business mathematics, in conjunction with West Texas A&M University. So I think I've seen a lot of common themes in our presentations to this point. We all seem to have kind of the same problems. We've got entry-level math courses or whatever that with low success rates, with poor student achievement. We're seeing poorly prepared students, students with short attention spans can't hang with the 75-minute lecture, and they don't know how to study for these things. And in particular, we're finding this problem at Texas A&M where students are typically high-achieving students in high school. I hear all the time, I never had to study for math before. Why do I have to study now? Well, college is different. And this in turn translates to low grades, poor retention, and students who just generally aren't very interested in being in the class. So this redesign is our attempt to remedy some of these issues that we're having. In particular, the revised use of contact hours. So instead of the traditional lecture experience, we're using our class time for guided discovery activities and lots of group work. Students work in teams on these activities, so we've got that increased accountability. They make friends in class. You know, there's somebody that can call and say, Sarah, why weren't you there today? I had to work by myself, right? So they've got even more motivation, even more responsibility other than just to themselves. And this provides increased engagement and consequently more motivation for being in class. And these guided discovery, active participation experiences, I think, give them a depth of understanding that they're not getting from a lecture environment where they, even if they're paying attention, they are not doing math. When they come to class and work in a group, I know for a fact that they've gotten at least an hour of math that day, which I can't guarantee if it's just a traditional lecture environment. And then we're supporting this revised use of contact hours with technology. So in particular, we've taken all of our traditional lectures and made those into lecture videos, which students will watch in preparation for or in addition to these class activities. Now the advantage, oh, not yet, Vanessa. Sorry. Thank you. Now, of course, we all know the advantage of videos is stop, pause, rewind, watching them in your pajamas, watching them again right before the test. They have this lecture content available to them all the time, and they can watch it as many times as they need. Now, of course, we also have learned that students don't do optional, right? So to that end, the lecture videos have embedded concept check questions, which we use to determine that students are actually watching them, paying attention, and can answer a few very basic questions in the process. Okay, now. Yes, now. Thank you. So in this vein, we've developed a lot of material, a semester's worth of interactive class activities, lecture videos that cover the entire semester's worth of content, and then in support of class activities and lecture videos, we have tutorial videos that reinforce or go into greater depth on topics where students traditionally struggle. Lots and lots of extra practice problems. We know that sometimes students complain, well, but there wasn't one just like that in the book. Well, we've got everything you can think of up here, right? So if you've got the interest and the time, you can't complain that things weren't available anymore. And then additionally, we use TI 83 and 84 graphing calculators, so we've got videos to support students' use of that technology as well. So what did students think about this? Well, part of our assessment was getting some qualitative feedback from our students. Well, they want some lecture. I think that is in part being uncomfortable with a new classroom experience. They're not used to coming to class and working together. And let me preface this by saying I had to get over myself a little bit with running a class this way. I had to realize they can learn it even if it doesn't come out of my mouth, right? But sometimes it takes them a little bit of time to realize they can learn it even if I don't spoon feed it to them, even if they have to think about it on their own, even if they have to work with it on their own. So I think them wanting some lecture is still a little bit of being attached to the traditional methods that they're used to in a classroom environment. But they do like working in groups, and they like the people in their group. They enjoy that interactive teamwork experience. We started off giving them quizzes on the computer in the evenings, and that was an unmitigated disaster. So we quickly switched gears on that and went back to paper quizzes in the classroom, which meant we had to cut back on our class activities a little bit. And I'll talk about our technology resources again in a minute. That was related. They don't have time to watch the videos when they're optional, right? In their opinion. So some lecture videos are optional, some lecture videos are required. They were watching the required ones, that wasn't a problem. But optional means don't bother in their minds. And I think they missed out on some information in that way. But again, they do like the interactive experience, and especially at a university the size of Texas A&M, sometimes the socialization aspect can be difficult, especially in large classes. These sections typically have 100 students each. So they're not anonymous anymore when they're in these classes. And they would recommend this format, assuming that someone is willing to work outside of class. Well, again, what they haven't figured out yet is you're going to have to work outside of class no matter what. Our numbers, unfortunately, aren't coming across quite as strong. This data is from our pilot section, which was run in fall of last year. So we've seen that the ABC grades are a little bit higher. The D and F grades are a little bit lower, but our drops are a little bit higher. Now, I would say that none of this is particularly significant. But again, this was from the pilot in the fall. We did make some changes for our implementation in the spring, which generated a lot of data, and unfortunately, so much data that we haven't quite sorted through it all yet. So I apologize for that. But our goal here wasn't necessarily cost savings. At Texas A&M, this class costs about $100 per student. So we really don't feel like we can get much better than that. Our goal is really to increase the retention rates, increase the student success. We don't want to see the repeats. And in particular, this class has gotten a reputation for being something of a weed-out course. Students are afraid of it, and that's what we really want to change. We want them to be successful, to learn a lot of math, and to feel good about their math skills when they come out of it. So I think we're on the right track, but it always takes some time before the things you're doing have been tweaked and aligned in just the right way to work perfectly and to really show that in the data. So, the issues that we encountered. I mentioned before student resistance. They're just not familiar with this. It's scary. We ended up not referring to it as redesign to the students. Redesign made it sound like we were changing things up and it was an experiment and we didn't know what we were doing. So we just started calling it alternative, the alternative format. So they thought we were experimenting on them. They didn't want to try something new. And again, they don't understand that it doesn't have to come out of my mouth for them to be able to learn it. So it's I think, going to take some time for us as faculty to convince students that this is really going to be better for them, that it's a better experience. Not only is it more fun and you meet more people and you like your group, but you are learning more mathematics. Faculty resistance. I think I've heard some people say that they encountered that as well. Again, you got to get over yourself a little bit. But I've had faculty tell me, I will never teach redesign because I'm an awesome lecturer and there's no way anything else that happens in that classroom could be better than what I am saying at the podium. Well, maybe you're fantastic and that's true, but I don't think that's true for everybody. So we've had a lot of people who are resistant to this change, who haven't been supportive. You know, and even if the departmental decrees that everybody's got to teach this way, you can't make people, right? That's just a recipe for disaster. So faculty buy-in is one of our challenges in the future. And then I mentioned before computing resources. We tried some quizzes in the computer lab, but for as many computers as Texas A&M has, there are none of them in the same place large enough to hold an entire section of this course. And for assessment purposes like quizzes or even online exams, we can't lock those down in such a way that we can get all the students in the same place, that we can control their online experience for higher stakes assessment. So we've got online homework, we've got the questions embedded in these videos, but as far as having everybody in the same place at the same time working on this course, it's just not really going to happen for us. All right, so some changes we made based on the pilot. Students didn't know what they were getting into. I'm not exactly sure of the administrative details, but it wasn't published in the course catalog which sections were traditional and which sections were redesigned. And we had a lot of student concerns. Oh, well, I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't know the class was going to be like this. That's why I'm failing now. So our priority for the first couple days of class is now. Even if you didn't know in the course catalog, you know now. It's still the add drop period. Here's everything we're going to do. You still have time to make a decision. So we're really trying to keep students informed about the experience that they're about to have. Like I mentioned, we didn't really have a good experience with higher stakes online assessment. The quizzes and exams just didn't work out for us. So we're sticking with paper quizzes and exams. In our pilot, we let students choose their own groups, and that didn't go very well. The groups who were friends when they came in spent too much chatting and not enough time working. And then the students who didn't know anyone, who were a little quiet or shy, never really felt equal partners in their group. You know, they felt sort of, I don't know what I want to say. It didn't work out, so we decided the fairest thing for everyone was to randomly assign those groups. And in addition to the random assignment of groups, we also implemented some procedures for students who had groups that were problematic. So we had administrative procedures in line for students to formally complain about a group member, to put that group member on notice, or to expel a group member, or to reshuffle as necessary. And I think students felt a little safer in their group, but also more accountable when they knew that there were consequences for not pulling their weight. And then, of course, whenever you're creating new material, you find, oh, well, that's not the best explanation. They got a little bogged down in this part. That example wasn't as illustrative as we would have liked for it to be. So there's been a lot of fine-tuning of activities and videos. So in the future, we've got everything ready to go. Our project this summer has been to complete all the fine-tuning, additional supplementary materials, etc. So ideally, in the fall and in the future, anybody who wants to use this material can just go to the server, pick out the pieces that they need, and have them ready to go for class. Of course, we'll continue to redefine in the future. I think the plan right now is that about half of the fall sections will be redesign and half will be traditional. We'll see how that pans out. And like I mentioned, this is something we're using in classes of 100 students or so, but if we can do it with 100 students, then it's certainly going to work with 30. So we felt really good about how well this has worked even with our large class sizes. So I think I've hit all the high points. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. Oh, we got to wait for the mic.
So I get my exercise today?
Is your redesign material related to a textbook, or is it independent of a textbook?
We use TAN's finite math, but we have student learning outcomes that are independent of the textbook, and that's what we've been basing all our materials development on. So informally, our syllabus is based on TAN, but as far as really the project materials are concerned, they're easily applicable to any textbook that you might be using, or I would even go so far as to say you could use them without a textbook. Yeah?
I have a couple of questions. First one, you probably said this, but could you sort of give it a typical week? What, if I'm a student in the class, what does a typical week look like? Just.
I actually had that slide and took it out because I was worried that
I was
going to go over my time.
Words. I mean, I'm in a.
I am over the time.
Oh, he's over the.
So in a typical week, there will be one in-class quiz. There will be one online homework assignment due, which is anywhere from 15 to 25 online problems. Class meets twice per week for 50 minutes.
So 50, okay.
So you would have a video assignment before class. You would come to class and do a class activity, and then you could go home and do your homework based on that, and then repeat for the next class period. The quizzes may be scheduled or may be surprises.
Okay, I know we're out of time. One more. You said you've abandoned the high-stakes online quizzes. Are you doing low-stakes quizzing online still? Or do they...
There is online homework and the embedded questions in the videos, but that is all that is happening online. I mean, and high stakes is a relative term. If you call something a quiz, students automatically think it matters more than something that's called homework. So that's all I mean. Nothing that is called a quiz, nothing that sounds like you only get one shot and that's it, is in the online system.
Okay, good, thanks.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Navarro, who's supposed to talk about statistics, couldn't come, so I'm trying to fill the place. But before I go into this, maybe some suggestion for the maybe bumper sticker, like saying teach, redesign, or resign. It would be a good one. Because we have the problem with faculty to accepting teaching redesign courses. And the other thing is that there's a general question that when I was going through the NCAT website, when you have so many examples of successful redesign in mathematics courses, and even some of the redesigns were brought to me by our higher administration, saying that, okay, look, in your course you have 45% passing rate or 50%, and over there in one semester they switch from 40 to 70. And why you cannot do this thing? So I asked the same question myself, and I was digging and digging, and one thing that I figured out is the following, that once we start using technology, using this MyMATLAB or using other softwares which are developed, and you allow students to take the same test, the same assignment several times, or even sometimes as many times as they want, changes the scores drastically. Now we manipulated a little bit with this in our college algebra design, that we allowed some of the assignments to be taken like 3 times or something like that, brings the passing rate immediately up, but it goes back to, I would say, 10 years when there was the studies saying that test is also the tool of learning, right? So it's not only testing, but you learn through taking the same test or similar test several times. And it became very popular, and people were using it very, very widely. But then there was the big critique saying that it works only for a kind of, I would say, skill type of learning, not conceptual learning. And I think that 10 years ago they switched from this, and we don't have this that popular. But when I look at the redesign courses, like in big universities, when this passing rate went up drastically overnight, and I asked people there, they said, okay, we're allowed to do this thing, multiple times, etc. So probably, in the projects that we saw here, when typically you don't see very drastic increase in the passing rate, I believe that we are still concerned about learning outcomes, and we measure those learning outcomes, and then we assign the grades based on it, not really allowing students to take the test.
That's actually a complete misstatement.
Really?
Yes, I mean, I can specify that people are
We're very interested in this one, because this is okay, going back to the statistics, that's the kind of project which goes very smoothly. Although the faculty who is in charge of this was sick for some time, etc. But it seems to be that this very small, very compact group of students, and we are able to move from the model when you had like 6 or 7 sections of this course to the format of 3 sections and 1 online. And in addition to it, we teach the same course as dual enrollment course for local high schools. So local high schools bring more students to the pool. And what is the model that we apply? Now, we have like several courses which are redesigned the same way. It's college algebra, pre-calculus, calculus, and elementary statistics. What we managed to get on our campus is the room which could have like 60 students or 70 students per class, and using some other funds, we are able to buy like 120 laptops. So what we do every day, we bring those laptops to those rooms and attach them to the desk, and students are coming and doing activities on the laptop. So the regular classroom changes into computer laboratory. We call it like mobile computer laboratory. So we can have like capacity of 60 students. So that's the reason that 3 sections are enough. Even I was thinking about increasing this to 120 students, but still we are waiting for the new classrooms that are going to be constructed in the future. And the model is that we have one coordinator of the course, that's typically the one who teaches the course online, because the version online is also distributed over those 3 sections with the same assignments, maybe slight change in the design. And we have instructor in the classroom, and we have teaching assistant in the classroom. So that's pretty much the teaching personnel that is for the class. And because statistics is a little bit different than teaching other courses. For instance, the skill type of problems are not that difficult and not that long. So there is more of projects that students do during the laboratory, working with real life data. And what else? In terms of the technology, what is used there is exclusively Blackboard. So the whole material is on the blackboard. All the assignments are on the blackboard. All the assessment is on the blackboard. So Blackboard does the grading for students and everything. And students are expected to read the material before they come to the classroom. Then they have something of the form of the mini lecture, which is typically half of the time that they have. And then they start working on the laboratory assignments. And during these laboratory assignments, when they work on it, we have those assistants which help working. And I would say that the passing rate is pretty much steady. It's in 60s. It varies between 61 to 67, depending on the semester. But we don't see like drastic decrease. One thing that we can notice is that after all, more students decide to go to the section online. I mean, what is the audience for this course is pretty much, I would say, mostly there are nurses and future nurses. They already work. So it's very convenient for them to take the course, which is does not have like scheduled time and things like that, because then it's flexible with the working time. And what else I can say about this? That's probably yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sal Tavermina from Austin Community College, and I'm here with three of my colleagues that worked on the biology course redesign at Austin Community College. Bernice Spear, Chad Cryer, and Trish Phelps. This was a redesign for a two-semester freshman level general biology course. First semester deals with cellular and molecular biology, and the second semester deals with structure and function of organisms. Okay, so first off, we start a project, we want to clearly define our goals. And when we started this out, our main goal was to increase student learning and success. So that immediately raises the question, well, exactly what do we want students to learn, and what do we want them to be successful at? Do we want to continue with the same basic information and skills that we've been teaching students, or do we need to reevaluate what we're doing? And we took a look at this and we said what we really want to do is better prepare students for the challenges and responsibilities that they're going to be facing in the 21st century workplace. The low-paying jobs are the ones where you just go, somebody tells you what to do, and you follow directions. Okay? The high-paying jobs are the ones where you make decisions, you solve problems, you explain to other people what they need to do. So we wanted to place less emphasis on providing students with information and just memorizing or following directions, and more emphasis on helping them develop intellectual curiosity, confidence. I think that's a big issue. A lot of students really don't have a lot of self-confidence that they can actually achieve things. Give them more motivation and the skills they need to solve problems and find answers for themselves. So we wanted to design our course to focus on these areas. Okay. So the target skills that we identified were, first of all, we felt it was important that students are able to find and evaluate information that they need to complete assignments. So if they're given an assignment to do, they have the motivation, the self-confidence, the know-how to go about, find the information they need, evaluate the information, and answer the questions or complete the assignment. Also, how to solve problems and apply existing knowledge to new situations. How to work effectively with others to complete assignments. So we made group activities an important part of our redesign. How to clearly communicate their ideas, and how to make efficient use of technology resources. We felt that these were all very important skills for the workplace of the 21st century. Okay, methodology to achieve these goals. Okay, we focused on using technology. The main thing is we wanted to make the classroom a more active learning experience. And in order for students to be actively engaged in solving problems, working together to find solutions, solve problems, they need a certain amount of preparation before they come to class. And that was a big issue. So we focused on two main areas. First of all, how to get students better prepared before they come to class. And we spent a lot of time developing activities for them to complete before they come to class so that when they showed up, they were better prepared, to be intelligently involved in active student-centered learning activities during class. And unfortunately, because of the short time we have, I don't have a lot of time to talk about the different activities we developed, but there is a website that I'll refer you to that has some of the materials that we've developed. Okay, so what were the results? We have two different courses that we redesigned, and I'll be presenting the results for each course separately. First semester of general biology course was Biology 1406. And in both cases, this was for fall 08. We had about a 65% score. Basically, the assessment was a multiple choice test of about 60, I think it was about 65 questions. These questions were embedded in unit exams and the final exam, so they were embedded throughout the semester. It wasn't a single exam at the end of the semester. We had these common questions that were developed by the biology faculty that were embedded in the exams during throughout the semester. And for both spring and fall, the results for the traditional and the redesigned sections were very similar. The main thing we struggled with, I think, in terms of the entire project was how to really assess what we were trying to do. Multiple choice questions really tend to assess more knowledge-based skills. Okay, how do we assess students' motivation or their intellectual curiosity, their skills at solving problems? So we're not really sure that these multiple choice questions were an accurate assessment of what we were actually trying to achieve. The main reason why we went with the multiple choice assessment was for practical reasons. We wanted something that was objective and quantifiable, easy to administer and grade, all those reasons why people often use multiple choice questions. So we went with the multiple choice assessment, but we didn't necessarily see much of a change in scores for the redesign section compared with the traditional section. Okay, in terms of student success, success is defined as a grade of C or better, so A, B, or C. The first semester we implemented the redesign. There was a considerable drop in success rate for the redesign, and I think that was attributed to the fact that many instructors were using this for the very first time. There was a steep learning curve in terms of both students and instructors becoming familiar with the technology. Okay, also, not all of our materials were ready during the first semester, but you'll notice by the spring semester, the second semester of implementation, we were able to bring our success rate up, in fact, to a point where it actually passed the success rate of the traditional sections. So we feel like we're headed in the right direction, and we feel like this is a work in progress. We're learning a lot as we go along, and we hope to further increase the success rate as we become more experienced with the redesign method. Another thing we looked at, we thought it was very important to look at performance in follow-on courses. So 1406 is a prerequisite for 1407, and what we did is we looked at the assessment scores and the success rates of the people who took the redesigned 1406 versus the people who took the traditional 1406 when they got to 1407. And we did see a slight increase in the assessment results for the people that took the redesign course. When they got into 1407, their assessment scores were a little bit higher. However, you'll notice our sample sizes are fairly small, and that difference is not significant. But I think it is indicating that we are at least headed in the right direction. And we're particularly pleased by the fact that all of the students successfully completed 1407 who took the 1406 in the redesigned format. So there was a 100% success rate in 1407 for the people that completed the redesigned 1406. Okay, second set of slides deal with the 1407 redesign, and again they had a similar assessment instrument. They had, I believe it was 50 multiple choice questions that were embedded in the exams throughout the semester. And again, the scores on the assessment tests were very similar, and in both cases, Fall 08 and Fall 09, there was no significant difference in performance on the assessment test. But again, we had the question about whether the assessment instrument, namely multiple choice questions, was really measuring what we were trying to achieve in our courses. And there were certain intangible factors that were much more difficult to assess quantitatively. We did do some student surveys, and we have some anecdotal evidence and so forth, but in terms of the actual assessment test, there was no significant difference between the redesign and the traditional section. Okay, in terms of student success, this is probably our biggest disappointment. We had a lower success rate in the redesign sections for both Fall 08 and Spring 09 in the redesign sections compared to the traditional sections. We did get some improvement in the redesign, but that seems to be more of a variation from semester to semester than attributable to the redesign itself. And this is probably one of the primary areas that we're going to be focusing on, is to try to increase the success rate of the redesign classes for the 1407 course. Okay, in terms of course savings, cost savings, we're kind of limited in our options in this area, because I think the two main areas where people achieve cost savings are, one, to reduce the amount of class time and supplement it with online activities. We already have a hybrid course for Biology 1407, so we weren't really trying to replace class meetings with online activities, because the students already have that option. We were really more focused on improving student performance in the fully face-to-face or on-campus version of the course. So we're not really looking to reduce the amount of class meeting time with instructor as a cost-saving mechanism. Okay, the other way that a lot of the cost savings are achieved is by increasing class size, okay, having larger sections. We don't have classrooms that accommodate more than, in most cases, 24 students. So I think the largest classrooms accommodate probably about 30 to 35 students. So we don't really have the option of offering larger classes as a cost-saving mechanism. Our main goal in achieving cost savings would be to reduce the DFW rate in the course, and we feel like we're haven't gotten any significant improvement. There's a slight improvement in 1406. There was a decrease in success rate in 1407, so we're still focusing on trying to improve the student success rate as a mechanism of cost savings. There may be some cost savings by putting more of our materials online, so this lowers our duplication costs in terms of paper and duplication costs and so forth, but that's probably fairly minor. Okay, so the bottom line is, since there has been no clear decrease in the student success rate, we haven't really realized significant cost savings at this point. In terms of implementation plan, we have conducted a series of workshops to inform and educate the other instructors in our department about what we're doing, demonstrate some of the materials we've developed. And we've also developed a fairly extensive website that explains our course redesign and has a lot of the materials that we developed that are available. How am I doing on time? Okay, can I click on that course website, and I might just navigate? Well, I guess you can't read this too well. Let's see, we have Okay, this is the course redesign website for Biology 1406, and there's a series of, this part here explains what the course redesign is about, what our philosophy and goals were. This part here has some online resources. Okay, this is a list of multimedia activities. The links that are active will take you to, here we have some interactive animations. Okay, these are lab manual videos, and these are lab manual animations. Okay, for example, we have a video on how to use the micropipetter. Okay, so we have a variety of videos that explain to students how to use various pieces of lab equipment like the electronic balance, micropipetters, microscope, and so forth. And we also have we also have interactive animations. For example, let's see. Okay, this is an actual animation, that shows an important piece of lab equipment that students use, and they can practice on this virtual spectrophotometer. Okay, let's see.
I'm just curious how many people in this room, when y'all took biology, remember having spectrometers to play with in your labs?
That was then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, so they're actually taken through the procedure on how to calibrate the spectrophotometer, and they're asked what to do at each step in the process. Okay, and see. Okay, for example, this says click on the control that turns on the Spec 20. So they have several different controls here. If they click on the right control, okay, then they'll get a correct response. Okay, so we have some interactive animations like that, actually quite a few. And then we also have an interactive lab manual. Okay, the lab manual is, there are 10 different, well actually there's about 14 different exercises. Each exercise has an interactive pre-lab. Okay, this is to get students prepared before they come to lab so that they've had a chance to actually try out some of the different pieces of equipment and test themselves. One of these is, let's see. Okay, there's some information for them to read about measuring liquid volume. There's a video on use of micropipetters. There's also an interactive animation on use of micropipetters where they have to take the information that they learned from the video and then apply it to answering questions in the interactive animation. And then there's also a series of interactive quiz questions for them to answer. And they can mouse over here to get a hint. And if they want to check their answer, they can mouse over here to check their answer. So this is all an attempt to make a more interactive, hands-on experience for the students before they come to lab, so that when they come to lab, they are prepared to go ahead and carry out their experiment and analyze their data. So can I get back to the PowerPoint? Okay, you can go next slide. Okay, in terms of implementation challenges, many people have mentioned this already today, but I think one of the main challenges is student attitudes. I think we need to do a better job of educating and explaining to students exactly what we're trying to do and why it's going to benefit them. This is not necessarily a typical attitude, but it is typical of a fairly large minority of students who are not comfortable at all with the redesigned format. Okay, so the hardest thing about this class was all of the computer-based material. I do not learn well like that. I need human assistance. And I think it's important that students understand that they need to become comfortable with computers. And that's why they're in school. Okay? Part of education is being challenged to do things that you're uncomfortable with so that you can become comfortable with them. So we want to give students a confidence, okay, to go beyond their comfort zone and try things that they are not familiar with. Okay, that's the whole point of education. To me, one of the main goals of education, okay, is to make people more independent and self-sufficient. And so much of education is involved with making students dependent on the instructor for the answers. And I think it's really important that we design our courses to teach students to become more independent, self-learners, self-motivated, okay, so that they can progress beyond their comfort zone and become the leaders of the next generation. Okay, also instructor attitudes. Again, I think a lot of the people that were involved with the redesign were many of our adjunct and newer instructors, and I think a lot of people have become so used to teaching in a certain way that they are, like the students, not really comfortable with trying something new that's beyond their comfort zone. And then physical facilities, I already mentioned the fact that we're kind of limited in terms of class size. Okay, so because of the size of our classrooms, we really can't achieve cost savings by consolidating classes and using a larger class size. Is there anything else? Okay. Okay, anybody have any questions?
I am beginning to think you just want to see how many times I walk across the room.
I've got a real quick question. On your slide on page 3 of the handout, you have the Bio 1406 and their performance in 1407. I understand that the Bio 1406 was the redesign course. Now, their success rate in that 1407, was that also a redesign course, or was that a traditional section?
Okay, for that slide, you're talking about the top slide on page 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that slide, the traditional, that means they took the traditional 1406. And redesign means they took the redesigned 1406. The performance in 1407 was across all 1407s, and we have about half of the 1407s are redesigned and half are traditional. So we didn't break it down in terms of which redesign, if the redesign people were in redesign or traditional, but we just looked at success in 1407 overall.
Okay. I have the same question I asked before. If I'm a fly on the wall in one of these redesign classes, what is the typical day? Do the students come in for 45 hours, and what's going on in those classes for the actual classroom time?
Yeah, I think our situation, my feeling that I got from the presentation is that our situation is probably atypical of a lot of the other redesigns in that we had about 15 to 20 different instructors teaching the class because we have small classes. So I wouldn't say there was a typical, the main unifying thread of the redesign courses is that we were trying to make the classroom more student-centered and have more student activities rather than just straight lecturing. I think the general, from talking to other instructors, I think in the redesign sections, probably typical redesign sections, about half of the section, half of the time was spent with students working in groups or individually, and about half the time where there was a classroom-led discussion or more of an instructor-directed type of situation.
Okay, so, but it was sort of all over the map, basically. Yeah. Okay. Other question, on the biology 1407, the assessment results in student success. This is a very big difference. What portion of the final grade was based on the assessment results?
You want to answer that?
In general. Okay. All right.
Sorry. Actually, we can answer that because it was about 10% of the course grade was based on the assessment test.
Okay.
And the other 90% were based on other assessments, which include lab activities as well. So it's only a small measure of the actual course itself.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'll also mention that a lot of that DFW were W's, so those students never took the assessment test. So their scores were not included in the assessment test score, so they kind of dropped out before they even took the assessment test.
I know. I want to make just two comments before we take a break, and then we'll come back and have some discussion about sustainability. One of the things that you hear me asking a lot about looking at these direct measures of student learning versus final grades, it's really, really important to do that. I mean, and this is part of the way that you counteract arguments that, oh, well, the only reason why the grades went up were for some other extraneous reason. In the cases of some of these math projects that we've worked with where you've seen 20% gains in student learning, 40% gains in student learning. They were also assessing based on common final examinations. In other words, the culminating assessment instrument of the entire course. So as far as we're concerned, grades are sort of an interesting indicator, but because there's so many different factors that enter into grades, you really have to look at what those common assessment elements are to be able to say with certainty that the changes in student achievement is really due to the effects of the redesign. So that's very, very important to keep those two issues clear in your mind. You can use grades as a common measure, and an example would be the developmental English at UTEP, where they use the same instructors, the same exact criteria, the same point spread, the same instruments, and then compared grades under those circumstances. But by and large, because of all the different variations that go on with grades, it's really it's an indicator of improvement. But that common assessment is what really gives you that foundation. The second thing that I wanted to say, this project, has been organized quite differently than the way that all of the projects that we've worked with across the country, and in many different respects. But one very important one is that you were not required to move to a full implementation of the redesign throughout your courses by the end of the grant period. And that's quite different than what we've done in other projects. Now, this workshop, typically in our process, would be our third workshop, and then we'd have a fourth one at the end of the full implementation cycle. And we typically would call this workshop, we've sort of anointed it the Spill Your Guts workshop, because generally speaking, at the conclusion of a pilot, you get results pretty much like you all are reporting. In other words, you're learning how to do it, you're trying to convince faculty to do it, there's technology problems, there's so many different elements going on that typically you get no significant difference. I mean, every now and then you'll get some that show real increases. But that move to full implementation is really critical, in our view, in the redesign process, and that's where you start to see these big gains. So, for example, we just completed a project in Arizona, and I think at the end of the pilot period, maybe 2 of the 10 had showed increases in student learning, and by the end of the full implementation, 7 of the 10 showed big increases. They all reduced costs, and so you really get that payoff when you move to full implementation. So I really hope that, even though it's not been a requirement of this particular grant process, that you will keep down that path, because I think that's where you'll start to see those results. And in the case of the UT Brownsville reading project, which was really the closest to our normal process where they really are at full implementation, you saw increases in learning and reductions in cost. So it sort of confirmed that point of view. So why don't we take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and talk about sustainability into the future.
I want to talk about the coordinating board reports first. In your folder, you will notice a 2-page document, or 3-page document, that says Final Report Phase 3 Course Redesign Grants. As you all know, the grant ends last day of August. Your report is due September 30th of this year. There are going to be 2 pieces, or really 3 pieces, to the final report that you turn into us here at the coordinating board. The first piece is going to be a narrative report, and on the second page it details what should be in that narrative summary. We would like a summary of the overall course redesign project. Some of the issues that we'd like you to address there are any significant changes made to the scope and the direction of the original proposal, and that would include changes to outcome, objectives, assessment practices, content, etc. We want to hear your assessment and have it in writing of what you have seen go well and what you've seen go not quite so well here, what your significant successes and disappointments are. That information is important for us, not in a punitive manner, but because it's instructive for us that if we continue to do this, what should we be warning folks to look out for? To some extent, you're quasi-guinea pigs for folks around the state. Also, in that summary of the overall course redesign project, if you would again just give a description of what your project was, what your learning objectives were, what your methodology for the delivery of the project was. The second section is staff. Please, please, please do not include full CVs. Please, I don't want to wade through full CVs. Please do not include full CVs, but we would like a final listing of all of the major project staff. We don't need to see the names of every undergraduate or graduate teaching assistant, but we would like to know who have been over the last 2 years the key staff members that have been involved in this, whether it be faculty, whether it be instructional developers. Results. In this portion of the report, you're going to be providing a narrative summary of those results, including descriptions, evaluative comments on how each of these results connects back to your original goals and objectives for the project. And we would like you to attach some documentation of those. Now, you are going to be submitting, much like you did a few months ago, electronic documents through the secure SharePoint site here that will be Excel data files. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. So you don't attach those to this report, please. My graduate work, my doctorate is in history. I'm not a statistician, so please don't give me the raw numbers. That's what people like Kobe and Robin are for. They'll play with the raw numbers and actually enjoy it. But a narrative description here, please. We're also, although we're going to be discussing sustainability in a few moments, we want to see in writing what your sustainability plan is, and we'd like to see that as very specific. And that includes both how do you plan on sustaining the project within your institution, and how do you plan on sustaining it beyond the institution. And for many of you, that may very well be through inclusion of your materials in the Texas Learning Objects Repository. And Michael Anderson from the UT Telecampus, that's lurking back there. Wait for the cameras, Michael. And I are going to be talking about the LOR. Expenditures. In the narrative section of the report, you should describe give a brief description of the expenditures and an explanation of those, particularly if your expenditures have differed from your original budget. I'll talk about the budget form in a moment. And then we'd like some closing comments, including what sort of summary advice would you pass along to other schools. Have you seen this process as worth it? Those sorts of things. If you look at the last page, part 2 of the narrative report that you're going to be submitting on September 30th to me, and my contact information is on the very first page here, and it can be submitted electronically. But you're also going to be submitting a final budget, and that is to be an itemized budget. Up to this point, we've been asking for summary budgets, and it's been fine to just sort of stick with the broad lump categories. For the final accounting of the grants, I need to see a summary. I need to see an itemized budget. So that means under salary and benefits, please break that out by staff member. And I'm going to work on the assumption here that your accounting and grants offices are probably already doing this. If you run into any problems as you're doing this, please contact me so that I can work with you. Same thing with travel. You can break this out by conference or by location that you traveled. Software and or licensing, we'd like to see broken out by software package. Again, part of that's so that we have a better idea of what software and third-party software packages have been used throughout. I think that we're going to see that a number of folks have been using very similar, if not identical, packages. That's very useful information for us to know. It'll also be useful information for us to make sure that you've been charged the same thing. Consulting. If you have had any subcontracts with consultants, individuals or companies, please indicate that here and itemize those. Subcontracts, some folks have subcontracted with animation companies or others to provide technical or technological assistance. Please indicate that under the subcontracting and subgrants, and then miscellaneous expenses. Yes, Al?
The grant started in fall of 07, so aren't these years a year off?
You know, I'm looking at it right now, and they are a year off. So please make that adjustment, and I will be emailing all of you an electronic version of that, and I will make sure on the electronic version that that is adjusted. And thank you for catching that. I didn't catch it yesterday afternoon. At the bottom, there's a grand totals column, total expenditures throughout the grant, and then the amount of the original grant. For those of you that have not fully expended your funds, we expect you to cut a nice little check to the state of Texas, to the coordinating board, and you will remit that check with a letter identifying your grant, and that it is part of the Phase 3 course redesign grant, and you will also send that to me. Since it's made to the state, I promise I won't be absconding with it. But I will be the contact person that it will be sent to. I think that most of you, as I've been following your expenditures, I think most of you aren't going to be expending any, are not going to be submitting back unexpended funds, but there may be a few of you that will be doing that. And so that's the process by which that will take place. I also want to remind you that as we enter the last few months, sometimes, I'm not saying that this is what's going on with anybody here, but sometimes, I remember from experience when I was a faculty member working on grants, that you reach that last 2 months and you go, oh, wow, there's $20,000 sitting there. Yeah, I really need a new printer in my office. If you find yourself in that position of thinking the end is near and I should use up all my money because I don't want to give it back to the state, I would like to remind you that any major purchases that were not originally in your proposal must be pre-approved by me. So that means if you have any sort of hardware or software purchase or any subcontract that was not in your original budget proposal, you need to send me an email and you have to have permission before you can go ahead and expend those funds. I'll also remind you that for the most part, hardware is not covered under this grant. We can make a few exceptions whenever it's minimal, but going out and making sure everybody on the team gets a laptop before the grant's done isn't going to quite work. As much as I know that you'd like. I mean, hey, I don't have a laptop except my own. So anyway, that's the first part of the coordinating board report that you're going to be doing. The second part that you will be doing by August, and this narrative will be done by September 30th. The second thing that you will be doing is the data collection for the coordinating board and the data submission. This will be done and due by August 30th. We will be using, it's going to be coordinated by Dr. Kobe Stover here in the coordinating board in the planning and accountability program. Kobe was the person that coordinated this earlier this year, back in the spring. We'll be doing it in the same way. There'll be a secure SharePoint site where you'll be dropping your materials in. We will be sharing, and then there will be a SurveyMonkey survey that you will also be submitting information through. In the next week or two, you'll get an email from Kobe and I. We're going to set up another couple of conference calls just to walk folks back through how to use SharePoint to submit that data in case anybody's forgotten, and also so if we need to reset passwords or any of that stuff, we can do it then. We would recommend, as we did earlier this year, that you involve your institutional research department very heavily in that. And remember, that's going to be, student-identified data and data at the student level that you're going to be submitting. One of the nice things about doing that from our perspective, even though I know that created some difficulties for a few of you, is that we have the ability internally once we have those student identification numbers, when it's student level data, to be able to match other pieces of data that we have. And so we're able actually to construct a much larger picture of your students, because we're able to tie into several other secure databases that we have access to. So that's one of the reasons why we're requesting the student level data with the student identification number. I know there have been some questions about FERPA in the past. I believe those have now all been taken care of. If you do have any concerns regarding FERPA, please contact myself or Kobe, but I would just sort of generally remind you that as the state reporting agency, you're allowed, FERPA allows you to share that data with us, and we are making sure that it is done in a secure fashion. So there are no security risks for that, and our security protocols are well within the lines of what's required by FERPA. Okay? Any questions about that? I will send it out electronically later this week or early next week. I wanted to give you a hard copy right now just so that you could see it and have an idea of what you'll be submitting. Yeah, Leslie. Mm-hmm. Yes, we can talk about some ways that we can securely share back so that you can, yeah, that won't be a problem. I think we can talk about some ways that that might be able to happen. At least that we can sort of share back with you what we were able to cull from other sources too. Okay. One of the reasons we didn't do that with the preliminary results is that they were preliminary. Also, our assessment team is extraordinarily short-staffed. They have a new assessment individual who's come on, and they're still short-staffed, but that's taken a little bit of the pressure off. So we'll be able to spend a bit more time on it. Okay, other questions? The other thing that I need to remind you of is that many of you have not submitted your final report to NCAT. You need to do so. That was due last month. So this is the time of the day where I have to be the big bad person. That report was due last month. That report needs to be submitted to Carol Twigg. I would ask that you copy me on that as well, please, so that I know that it's been submitted. That is being tracked. Please don't make me call you. I'm not nearly as nice of a person as I look. Phil can attest to that from the years that he spent on DEAC with me helping facilitate it. So, yeah, the commissioner described me as a hard ass the other day. So make sure that that has been submitted as well, please. NCAT is looking at a little bit different data indicators than we are in some cases. We've done that purposefully. We've not really asked you to submit the same data to us that you submit to them. That is so that we can get a much broader picture of what's going on and a more comprehensive picture. So it is very important that you not just submit data to us, but that you fulfill the obligations of your contracts and submit that final report to NCAT if you have not already done so. Okay? This is where I start having flashbacks to when I was the evil U.S. History 1 professor. Okay. All right. Well, now that I've been the heavy, I'm going to turn it over to Carol Twigg, and we'll talk about sustainability.
This is good. I like not being the heavy because usually I have to give that speech in these things. So we wanted to spend some time today talking about sustainability and dissemination. And I've created just 2 slides to kind of introduce this discussion. I hope this language will be familiar to you because this is what you were asked about in your original proposal for this Phase 3 program. You were asked about what is the commitment of the institution to continue offering the course or supporting the activities of the project after it's been completed, and what is the plan for institution-wide and or system-wide adoption of the Redesign course or other support activities. And you all answered when you were idealistic starting out this process about what you thought would be the answers to those questions. You were also asked to describe your institution's capability to expand the course to other Texas institutions and the likely impact of that extension. and to anticipate the extent to which the project has potential for broad impact in terms of a number of students affected across the state of Texas. So sustainability and dissemination has been a very important component of this project from the beginning. What I'd like to now do is pose, I need one little change. Oh, you've got your one change. 4 questions to you that Vanessa will talk about the process of what we'd like to do as far as discussing these questions. The first question is, how do you plan to sustain your redesign once the grant period ends? Do you require additional resources to do this? If so, where do you anticipate that those resources will come from? Hopefully the answer will be that you don't need additional resources, but in some cases that may be the case. The second question is that since most of you conducted a pilot implementation of your redesign, how do you plan to involve other faculty members in teaching the redesign, and how do you plan to move to full implementation throughout the course? And I think most of you have touched on that in your presentations this morning, but we really want to focus this discussion on that element. Next question, following this dissemination throughout Texas, how will you let other institutions in Texas know about your redesign? How do you plan to involve other institutions in Texas in following your redesign model or in using your redesign materials? And then the fourth question is, and I think this is a pretty significant one for where you are at this stage in your redesign, if you didn't improve student learning outcomes or you didn't reduce instructional costs, how will you persuade others to adopt your redesign? Because I certainly have always said there's no reason to redesign unless it makes improvements. You know, if we're doing everything just the same as we've always done it, why would people want to become engaged in the process? So I think that's a question you need to consider for those of you who are sort of at a no significant different stage of your redesign. How do you hope to move that forward given that particular set of circumstances? So I'll turn it over to Vanessa to talk about the process that you want to use.
So this is the point today where if you're like me, you're tired of sitting and listening to people. So here's where the interactivity comes in, which all of you are familiar with, since all of you have talked about how you basically should never run a class like we've run this workshop today. Okay? We've got a nice large room. What I'm going to ask you to do is to break yourselves up into 3 groups. One group over here in the back, move the chairs around. One group over here in the middle. One group over here on the other side. However, what I would like you to do, since almost all of you have brought multiple people from your teams, I don't want you to all stay in the same clusters. So please make sure that in the case that you do not have more than one person from your school, unless you brought 4 people, in the same group with you. We'd like to sort of divide you guys up. I'd like you to spend about the next, it's almost 2:30 right now. I'd like you to spend about the next 15 to 20 minutes talking amongst yourselves and comparing notes on these 4 questions. How are you thinking about sustaining it? Are you looking for more funds? And if so, it probably might be very useful to compare notes on where funds might be. What are you going to do to involve other faculty members at your campus? How do you move towards full implementation? If you do not plan to move towards full implementation, why not? What are the factors that are holding you back from doing that? How are you going to be disseminating this to other folks? And as Carol pointed out, that last question as well is, if you haven't had the significant learning outcome gains or the significant cost benefit, the cost reductions yet, how are you going to sell this, even at your own school? Because as all of you have indicated, I think today, one of the challenges that you've faced, and I remember it from my 10 years or so as a history professor, is how do you get other faculty to think beyond the traditional sage on the stage? And that sometimes is the hardest piece of it. So if you could just divide yourselves up into 3 groups, one group back here, feel free to pull chairs around, one group here in the middle, one group back in that corner, and please make sure that you spread the wealth of your campuses amongst those 3 groups. And ask folks to reconvene back over here. And if we could just hear from each school just for a couple of minutes, please, no longer than that. Remember, you'll be sharing more formally your sustainability plan on your final report. But if we could just hear very quickly sort of what your sustainability plans are at this point, and then I want to make sure that we have enough time to show you what the Learning Objects Repository looks like, as well as talk to you a little bit about this idea of learning objects and the small grant opportunity that we have. So ACC's up at the front, so that means I'm starting with you. So if you could just real briefly describe what your sustainability plan is on campus, and I think you've already sort of hinted at it, but how you're going to deal with the challenges, and then what your dissemination plan off campus is.
Okay, well, in terms of on campus, a lot of our instructional materials are on Blackboard, and we have a template course that we can easily add instructors to. This is an easy way for us to communicate with other faculty members and to share learning materials. We also have a schedule of face-to-face workshops that will explain to people that haven't been involved in the course redesign what it's all about and how it works. In terms of spreading beyond our district, ACC district, our main tool is going to be with our website. We've developed a fairly extensive website that has information about the goals of the course redesign, our methodology, and we'll also be making available a lot of our instructional materials that will be available for other institutions to use.
Okay, thank you. All right. Jersey, you just happen to be sitting next to me.
Okay. So, we did not use much of the money going toward like supporting teaching assistants or this type of stuff, rather for professional development, for creating some material, maybe some travel and so on. So we are in the situation where we are using departmental money to support the teaching, the instruction in the courses, and supporting teaching assistants. Unfortunately, this money comes from the source which is called adjunct faculty money, and I don't think that everyone on the campus likes it, that this money is used for undergraduate students and graduate students. So that's the thing that is at risk. That at a certain moment, maybe higher administration may tell me that stop using this money for students, no more, teaching assistants and so on. If not, that I believe that we could continue with the program, for the next years. But there is another thing, that we are using the existing lab, which was creating earlier, and there is fee associated with the course. Like each student is paying $30 for using this laboratory per course. And this budget is sufficient to run the computer lab and have technical support.
Okay. Thank you. Doug.
Well, our plan at Richland College is really going to come out of a lot of things that we heard here in our group, and also from a couple of the other presenters. I think the website is a really good idea for dissemination. Our department just did a communications audit where we looked at the different relationships that emerged from the redesign project. And so clearly a good way to get results out and to get the word out to people is through a website. There's some concern in our group that I heard that with some of the projects having results good, but other results not so good, that it's going to be tough to garner support from administration to grow these programs. And that's a concern for some of the folks who are in my group. And I think that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. Leslie?
Well, on campus, we will continue redesigning and linking with other gen ed classes. We'll have 2 this fall, hopefully 3 by fall 2010. I think it'll be a slow process, but with the repository, which I'm very excited about looking at, and then us adding our own materials, then I think that eventually we'll actually be able to build our program. Whereas I think in the beginning we were kind of concerned that developmental ed was going to kind of disappear with this redesign project. The The administrative help is the support's there. We're not concerned about that. Funds, we made sure that we were reallocating funds that we already have to the redesign project if it was successful. So I think we'll be fine on campus. In terms of disseminating information, we've presented at NCAT for the redesign conference. So that was our first national conference. We'll continue to do state and national conferences. We'll publish. We did go through internal review board, IRB process. So we are cleared for that as soon as I get my final report turned in, and we'll publish everything as well.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Antonio.
Del Mar College. Well, we partnered with Texas A&M University Kingsville, and we're in part of a technology grant. So we're in the process of adding 3 new computer classrooms and adding computers to 2 existing classrooms. So that means that we're not going to stop at this. It's going to expand, but not just through not just the college algebra courses. We're going to also do some developmental courses. So ultimately, we want to continue to offer a variety of different ways of delivering mathematical content, because with the proper advising, students understanding specifically what approach is best for them, we'll have a way of addressing their individual needs. So we think that's the best way to do it, and like I said, we're going to continue to do it that way.
Thank you. Yes.
Remember, we're dependent on each other. We're going to keep adding faculty. We're doing this as a cult. When faculty become interested, we grab them and we convert them and go on. We also would like to attend the ICTCM conference for you math people. And we've been in contact with Janet Bickham at ACC in Austin. They're doing a new redesign, so we've been trying to help and consult with them on it. You want to take the dual credit stuff?
Just briefly, we are adding more dual credit sections and bringing faculty. We've gone to area high schools, and they come to us. And when we talk about like funding for sustainability, dual credit has offered to help provide some, stipends and money to help with that training.
Let's see. English.
Well, as I mentioned to our group, because Antonio was talking about getting the computer classroom space, we did add 2 new computer classrooms this past spring, and that is enabling us to offer more hybrid sections for the coming semester. So we're excited about that, because I think that way we're going to get more faculty involvement.
Spanish?
Fortunately, we have Blackboard, and we can go ahead and share our template with our colleagues within the district. But I do have colleagues out from other institutions that have approached me. We did have the network or TextPod come to our campus to talk about professional development as a warehouse website, and so I'm considering submitting some of the things to that to disseminate some information on that. And we would like to go ahead and set up some workshops, and I see that I'm going to have to elicit some administrative support at my campus in order to get that done in August for convocation. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
At Texas A&M, we have really good administrative support right now, so we hope that will continue. We have some information and materials on the website. We also plan to put them on the repository. We have in our department sometimes some seminars that we have for all of the department that talks about the initiatives going on. So we've had people give presentation there, and we'll probably continue to do that to let the department know what's going on and the results that are happening for our entire department, because it's rather large. And then also we will see it moving into some other courses, partly because some of us on this project teach some other courses where we'll be doing those types of things, even if we're not doing a total redesign, doing a lot of more activities in the class where our students are more engaged. So we're going to see that spreading, and also because we have a committee, of course, success committee, that's also looking at our freshman courses, and so this is also going to be playing into that as we look at the success that's happening and what can we do to improve that in our other freshman courses. So I think we're going to be seeing that spread as a result of that as well. And beyond our university, we've already had people giving presentation at ICTCM. That will probably continue, and also the math at CAMPT presentations. And we haven't looked at journals, but that's an idea that we might want to take a look at.
Good. Am I giving this to you, Neil, or Phil? Or are you going to arm wrestle over it?
Sustainability. We have pretty good faculty buy-in. We have an advantage. Our regular tenure track faculty generally don't teach this course, and so there's a lot of apathy there. So we don't get much resistance. Who does teach it mainly are graduate students and adjuncts, and we have a lot of control over them. So it makes it so that you get easy buy-in. Marianne has organized the course so that an instructor can go in and teach it with much less preparation than what you would do in a traditional way. So I think we have faculty buy-in pretty well. Department likes this. It gives graduate students more time to work on their own research rather than spending time teaching, and that's a plus. Administration's behind it because there's a lot of good data out there from NCAT and other sources that show that this model does work and is very effective. So even though our results don't show vast improvements at this point, if you look at LSU and Alabama and various other places, that's how they started too. They started with small improvements and then they increased from there. So I think that I think the administration is going to continue being behind this. What else? Dissemination. Yeah, we have a website, links from the departmental homepage. Possibly at meetings and things we'll discuss it. But we first need full implementation before we can disseminate much.
Hand this over to y'all.
I like a lot of things Neil said because I think we're similar that way a little bit.
We have, for the computer science component, we have everything set up in Blackboard. So there basically will be a complete template with all the materials posted there, accessible to the students. Blackboard will also have a hidden section that's only accessible to instructors, where we can share, discuss comments, new contributions, improvements, new ideas, things like that can be shared there. We also will have training before the semester starts for all the new people that will help us with the full implementation in the fall. And then within the department, we have already identified several good candidate courses for the next course redesign whenever we have this first one fully implemented. For dissemination outside of the institution, I think it would be great if there were some central locations, for example, the Texas learning object that we're going to talk about, and maybe it would be nice if it was nationwide, that we had a place where we all can go and share our materials.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. So in talking about, this ends up being a very good segue in terms of talking about opportunities and options for statewide dissemination, because if you remember, that is part of your grant as well, is that we expect you to not only find ways to sustain at your institution, but to disseminate beyond your institution. A couple of years ago, and if you'll look in your folder, there's a little one-pager that says Phase 3 Course Redesign Small Texas Learning Objects Repository Grants. In 2007, when we had put out RFPs for Phase 2 Course Redesign, the University of North Texas's Texas Center for Digital Knowledge sent a fairly unique proposal to us. They wanted money for a proof of concept grant, basically, to see would it be possible and would it be useful to create a repository of learning objects for the state of Texas, particularly one that would be geared towards general education, introductory courses, and especially those courses where we know as a state we have the highest number of students and oftentimes have the highest numbers in terms of DFW rates, and are also sometimes some of the more expensive courses. We liked what they showed us in the proof of concept stage. They applied for and were rewarded a Phase 3 grant to develop a beta version of what would this repository look like, and let's get some people to start play with it so that we can start dealing with some of the big issues that are involved, like copyright, usability, metadata tagging. All along, what UNT and Dr. Phil Moen has been the project director on this, all along what Bill had said was we want to develop this. We want to do the R&D. We don't want to do the care and the feeding of the servers. But we'll do the R&D and we'll get you a good beta version that we can hand over to you. We were impressed enough with what we were seeing as the beta version was being developed that last year when the University of Texas Telecampus came to us and said, you know, the health-related institutions within the UT system are interested in creating a medical learning objects repository. We know you're working on a more general learning objects repository for the state of Texas. Could we pool resources and create one large structure with banks of courses within it? And we thought that sounded like a very good idea. And they said, you know, we're gung-ho for doing the statewide expansion. We can draw on the work that the University of North Texas has done, and we can go from there. And so what we have now is a statewide repository. It's called the Texas Learning Objects Repository. They're still in the phase of even branding it. So did Rob get enough results back on the logo yet? Okay, we're down to 2 logos now. But it's a 3-year project, completing the first year, which has been a planning year. It's also the year in which we're going to see the migration of the work that North Texas has done over to the telecampus. There's been a lot of back-end work being done around issues of metadata tagging and things that Michael Anderson, who's here from the UT telecampus, will talk to you about in a moment. But what will be very helpful for us is that there's a number of things, and Michael will talk more about this, but there's a number of steps that have to take place to go from the courses that you have to getting them into a format that can be in the repository and somebody can sit down and search and find what they need. And really what that means is deconstructing your courses into chunks of information, into learning objects. And so we would like to provide you with an opportunity to do that. And to sweeten the pot, we've got some small grants. 3 of our Phase 1 course redesign projects already have done this. The Spanish redesign at Austin Community College, Spanish redesign at Texas Tech, and developmental writing at the University of Texas El Paso have already done this, as well as U.S. History 1 at North Texas. But we're going to offer small $5,500 grants. And the purpose of those grants will be for you to be able to have some staff, sit down and figure out how are you going to deconstruct your courses, your redesigned courses, into learning objects, and then do some rough tagging. And we'll have a very clear and simple and easy to follow instructions that Michael and the folks at the telecampus will be providing on what sort of tags do you use for that metadata. And basically those tags that you associate with it become the search terms whenever a user sits down and does a search for something. So Michael's going to talk a little bit more about that. What I wanted to do real quickly, though, is show you what that repository looks like right now in its current beta version that North Texas has done. And then in terms of the grant, the only thing that I need from you is an email to me by Wednesday, a week from today, stating your interest. It's not going to be a formal application process. What's needed is an email stating interest. You need to include on there a very rough preliminary budget. Again, it doesn't have to be, we're only talking $5,500 here, so I'm trying to keep this nice and simple for everyone. But an email stating interest, a rough budget of how you'll be utilizing that money, and I suspect that is probably going to go to maybe 2 or 3 staff members to do some of this chunking and tagging. And then what's not on this instruction sheet that I realize should be on there is you need to also include who the individual is at your campus that the contract should be sent to. Our goal is to try to encumber these funds before the end of this month. I'm not sure how realistic that is, to tell you the truth. But certainly our goal is to have these funds disseminated in the next 30 to 60 days. So that as you complete the grant project on August 30th, and as you complete your final report on September 30th, you can then roll right into working on the chunking and the tagging of the materials for inclusion into the repository. You'll notice that the funds should be expended by March 1st, 2010. So that'll give you about 6 months to do it. This is very doable in that period of time. El Paso did it in that period of time. ACC did it in that period of time. Tech did it in that period of time with theirs. So we feel like it's very doable. You'll be getting some technical assistance from the telecampus. Michael Anderson and his crew will be available to answer questions. They'll also be providing some written instructions to you. So it'll be clear what you need to do. And then I would just ask that you would expend the funds by March 1st, and that April 1st you would need to make sure that the materials are handed over to the telecampus, and then also that I get a very brief report with an itemized budget. Okay? Yeah, Phil. Correct. It's learning objects that you have created as a part of this redesign grant. So it's the materials that you have created. Your syllabus, assignments, if you have created and written exam questions, any sort of animation that you've created. So I think probably a number of years probably would work because you've created those animations and videos. Things that you created as a part of this grant. What will happen is that material is going to go into the Learning Objects repository. It will be available for free to all public college instructors and professors in the state. We are working on a system where we will make it available to private and independent colleges and perhaps even out-of-state folks, but there'll be a small fee associated with it for them. But our primary focus initially is going to be that the material will be available for the use of all faculty teaching at public Texas and colleges and universities. Eventually we anticipate that some of our high school teachers, those especially that are teaching AP courses or dual credit courses, would also have access to this material. So the focus really here is, and there are some of these repositories around the nation, but the focus really here is to create a place where that brand new instructor who finds out the day before that they're going to be teaching History 101, and I've been in that boat, where I found out that, oh, I'm teaching U.S. History 2 tomorrow. I've never taught this class before. The goal is for that new instructor to be able to sit down and have access to everything. Syllabi, examples of test questions, assignments, supplementary material, everything. And in some cases, have access to the entire course and be able to use it off the shelf. So that they can just pick that course up, drop it into their learning management system. I think for most folks it's now Blackboard or something owned by Blackboard, since everything almost seems to be owned by Blackboard now. But that they can drop it in to that learning management system and they can walk in the classroom and they know that they will have material that has been tested and used and is legit. Let me show you what this looks like real fast, and then I'm going to hand it over to Michael and let Michael talk to you a little bit more about what a learning object is, and that'll probably help make a little bit more sense. So this is the beta version right now that the Texas Center for Digital Knowledge at the University of North Texas has done. And basically you can search the repository in a number of different ways. I'm going to call up the collection in history, and you'll see here we've got American History, U.S. History 1, main course content, supplemental course content, and it's divided up into a number of different ways. If I wanted to see a unit, then I could click on one of these units. I could download it very easily into my learning management system at my institution. But I'll show you what it looks like here. What the students would see once you drop it down into it is they would have introductory materials in this case. They would see objectives. They would have lessons that they could go to. This one has web field trips associated with it. It has flash animation maps associated with it. It has summary assignments associated with it. In this case, there's some interactive assignments that students can do. It has where to learn more information. If I was to go to some of the others here, we would see that they have interactive first-person experiences, problem-solving experiences for students to look at. Let me go back and I'll show you some of the Spanish materials real fast. So we've got a lesson here on verbs. So again, it gives some information on these different verb tenses. In this case, you'll see that it has some shockwave here, and we don't have shockwave entirely installed on here. So I'm not going to be able to bring that up. But we would have, they've got some micromedia, well, there we go. They've got some shockwave on here that folks can do. They've got podcasts associated with it as well, both enhanced video podcasts that can be used with iTunes, as well as audio-only podcasts. So I think you get a sense of one of the great things about the repository is a new professor could just pull this off and use it as is as their course. A more seasoned professor could begin to pick and choose and craft their courses. And I spent a lot of years as a faculty member. One of the things that I know is a lot of faculty don't want to teach what they think somebody else did. But they would love to be able to have access to a wide variety of materials. Yeah, Jill?
So if you put your material in here, can you then later see who's used?
That's one of the things that we're going to be working on as well, I think, Michael, is that as we do the statewide development and build on the beta version, we would have some mechanisms for folks to be able to see who's using it, maybe even have some mechanisms so that folks can get feedback on the material that they've placed in there. We also want to, and this is, hang on a second, and this is very important, we're going to be using, with the course redesign materials, we feel pretty comfortable about your materials. Eventually we will have other materials in here that have not been developed as part of the course redesign project. For those materials, they will be peer reviewed. We want to make this as close to the process that you would go through of peer review for a scholarly publication, because this is a very important exercise in the scholarship of teaching and learning. And one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is, because of that peer review process, we want to get people to start thinking seriously about the idea of the scholarship of teaching and learning. And hopefully for you at your institutions, if you're able to say, you know, look, I've got this material that's included in here, it's gone through a rigorous peer review process, you can start counting some of that more towards tenure and promotion, is our hope.
My question was about the
Mm-hmm.
might be visible up there, but I didn't see it. Is it just one of these units and drop it in your own management?
Mm-hmm.
Does it give credit to the people?
Yes, there's that materials built in there too, so that I just picked and chose some simple examples, some quick examples, but there would be ways to make sure that the credit is there as well, and that information is embedded in the files.
If you're going to drop one, if you have to consider
I'm going to let Michael field that question because that's one of the things that we're still sort of working through, that the administrative group is working through is what sort of changes would be allowed to materials. And that's something that's still being worked through a little bit. In fact, I'm just going to hand it back over to you now, Michael.
Thanks. I think if I'm going to get y'all out of here at 3:45, I've got 17 minutes to talk about learning objects. So I'll try to. What was your question? Will folks be allowed to modify your materials if you want them to? In other words, one of the things when you put a learning object up into the repository, you'll be able to say, this can be modified. Or, no, they've got to use it exactly as is. Because you may feel, I don't want somebody going here and changing every other word, and therefore then it has my name on it, and then it's no longer really what I believe about a particular topic. So you may not want to allow other folks to make the modifications there. But that will be your choice when you load the materials in here. Vanessa asked me to talk just for a few minutes about learning objects in general, so I think she's going to bring up the little PowerPoint slide. These terms like learning objects and learning object repositories and metadata in particularly, and if there are any librarians out there, I apologize, but metadata makes my hair hurt. It really does. It's a tough topic, but librarians really like talking about it, and it's important for learning object repositories in particular. But I thought for a second, just for a second, learning objects are really nothing new. It's how faculty build instruction, whether it's digital instruction or regular instruction. It's how we all do it. When think back when you were first teaching a course, you probably got some department-assigned textbook, and the first thing you did is you sat down and you started looking at the textbook and going, I don't know if I would pick this textbook. And you started going, well, I can use this and I can use this, but I don't really like that particular chapter, and I wouldn't cover that chapter in that order. I'd put it at the back, and I want to bring in my own materials, for this particular topic out there. And that is a process that most faculty members follow. It's a process of deconstruction, of replacing and adding material, of contextualizing it, of adding in your own examples to make things come to life for your students, and then to reconstruct that back into a package. In the old days, in the days of textbooks, when we did not have digital material, that was kind of messy because we had to, if we really wanted to do it right, we had to cut the spines off our textbooks. We had to reshuffle things and try to glue it back together, and it really didn't work very well. In the digital era, it makes it a lot easier because in the digital era, really the information is data, and data is meant to be moved around. And that's one of the real things that digital instruction gives us, is the ability to move things around and to make it our own and make it a lot cleaner than it was in that old analog world. Go to the next one. So how does digital content make it easier? The flexibility approaches infinity. The added distribution cost is almost zero. In other words, when if you have a textbook and you need it for another 50 students out there, you got to go to that publisher, and there's a cost of shelf space, and there's a cost of shipping that book out there, and there's the paper that's associated with it. But if you want to have another 50 students access the the digital materials out on the web, it doesn't cost that much more. So the cost is getting close to zero, and the consistency can increase as well. So you get the idea of a master course that gets used by a lot of different faculty out there, like TAs and adjuncts that you want to control a little bit. So that's some of the ways that digital content makes our lives easier. However, it also makes it harder in some ways because digital content itself is easy. Don't kid yourself. Anyone in this room, that probably includes everyone, has built a PowerPoint slide and used it in class, you're a digital creator. That's digital content. Multimedia content, on the other hand, is a little trickier. That's where you usually have teams that work with you and stuff, and they talk about things like Photoshop bit depth and Swifts, and they're not talking about those little Swift cleaner things. They're talking about, Flash files. So the multimedia content's a little harder. We know that workload distribution works. We know that working on teams works pretty well. But we also have found out that playing well together is hard. Sometimes getting people to see it your way is a little tricky. And if you've got faculty members sitting at a different campus over there, how do you exchange files with them when your email box is already full anyway? So that gets a little harder. So I work a lot with metaphors. It makes things kind of come to life to me. And the first metaphor that was put out there for learning objects was Lego blocks. A guy named Wayne Hodgins, came up with this idea that we just build all of our content in little Lego blocks and it all snap together, and sort of worked pretty well, but not really, because any Lego block will snap together with any other Lego block, and that's not really the way instruction works. And so the metaphor that's kind of used now is a metaphor of an atom. David Wiley at Utah said it pretty well. It's like you have to be kind of smart to build an atom, and so that requires instructors. And not every atom really is stable. Not all these atoms will connect together to form, the same kind of molecules, or at least a stable molecule. So that molecular model kind of works pretty well right now. The physical analogy that I kind of like to use is this. This is what I would call a learning object. And so everybody says, oh, yeah, what is that? It has all the elements. And I'll give you the example. So what I've done here is I've got some stuff. I've got some content that I created. I've got a Word file that I wrote with some images in it, so I'm going to put that in there. I've got some media, some photographs, so I make my content come alive. Put that in there. I've got some video. This isn't a very good video, but video or audio files, that make engage multiple learning styles out there. I've got some test items, just to give some feedback to the students within that learning object. So I slap it all together. And I want people to use this, going to your question, as a self-contained object. I don't want them messing with it. So I don't want them looking inside there and taking those pieces out. And so I have to write a description on the outside of it. And that's what metadata is. It is a description of the contents of that learning object. And then what I do stick it in a Ziploc bag. No, you don't really stick it in a Ziploc bag, obviously, but you put it in a zip file. You use WinZip or one of those utilities to zip it up, and people can come and they can look and see what's in that object because the description's there on the outside that they can see. They don't have to look at every single thing inside there. And that is, in essence, a learning object. And it really is composed of those four kind of pieces right here. There's content. That's the presentation stuff in there. There's some practice, which contextualizes stuff. There's some assessment. And by that I mean feedback to the learner. It doesn't have to be a grade that gets posted anywhere. And it's classified, which all that is the metadata that describes it. It allows people to find it out there. And it's geared around an educational objective. So it's really just those four pieces right there. It's not, people talk about learning objects and they make them sound all mysterious and stuff like that. It's not. It's what you already do. And in fact, in this project, in the Phase 3 redesign, y'all have already done all the hard work. You've already done the bulk of the work, which is redesigning and making your courses come alive and work for students in very well designed, and you've already gone through the, vetting that they are, quality electronic materials out there. So you're more than most of the way there. Objects are personal too. I'm going to skip this one so we have time. I was just giving you a couple of examples there. The one thing I was going to talk about for just a moment is this: is everybody says, okay, I understand what goes into a learning object, but how big is a learning object? And the answer to that is kind of Zen-like. They're as big as they need to be to accomplish their objective. And so I came up with this, and this is not something that I completely invented, but if you click it once, you'll see this. There's a paradox in learning objects. Really small pieces of content, like the photograph, that's very reusable. If I have a photograph of the Mona Lisa, I could use it in an art history course. I could use it in maybe a mathematics course to show perspective. I could use it in a design course. So it's very reusable. But there's not a lot of context around that. You can't really just learn just by looking. I mean, some students might be able to, and most students couldn't just learn if you just said, here's a picture of the Mona Lisa, and you didn't give them anything else. So little small pieces like assets or files, single little pieces out there, have very little context, but they have a lot of reusability. Click it. On the other end of the spectrum, there are courses. Courses have a lot of context. They are great to learn from. There's everything you need in here, but they don't get reused very much. How many of you are willing to use an exact course exactly as it's built by somebody else out there? No, you want to make it personal. You want to make it your own. So on the other end of the spectrum is these things that have a lot of learning value but very little reusability. And so the sweet spot of learning objects is somewhere in between a single file, some assets out there, and a whole course out there. So there's not an absolute answer that a learning object has to be exactly this size or anything like that. It really is as big as it needs to be. The key thing is it needs to have a learning objective. It needs to have some of those components that we mentioned, some content, some practice, and some kind of feedback to the learner, as well as that metadata that describes it. But there's not a hard and fast rule, and don't let anybody kid you that say, they tell you that you have to have this many files or this exact structure out there. You don't have to be locked into anything. Learning objects are really what you envision them as an instructor out there. If you just had a course and you just strung together a bunch of learning objects, you wouldn't have a course, because you need some ways to bridge between those learning objects. An example. Very few of us would ever consider that just a student interacting with content makes a good course. If that was a course, we wouldn't exist out there. There would just be libraries. Students would just go to libraries and read the stuff. They need that interaction. They need communication with us. They need communication with each other. They need opportunities for reflection and for practice. And that's the stuff that goes on within activities that you assess, activities that maybe get peer assessed, within discussions that happen in asynchronous discussion boards, if it's online, or in the classroom. And those are the kind of materials that you can't build into learning objects. But luckily, our learning management systems, as weak as they are, do have the potential to handle this. And that is really through these kind of areas right here, in particular this thing I call sequence bridges. Think of it this way. If you're building an online course and you have a bunch of learning objects that are self-contained, and you put into Blackboard or WebCT or Angel a learning object that somebody at another university has built out there and that covers a particular topic in a way that you like, and it's really multimedia done, and you could do it yourself and probably do it better, but it would take you a lot of money that your department chair is not going to give you to build. You could put that in there, and then you could put your own assignments and your own papers and your own discussion board posts in there, and it would become your course, because that's where a lot of the learning comes about within that interaction. Then you have another learning object maybe from a different university, and then you have your discussion activities that go on. So it's these bridges, these pieces in between, that really provide a lot of the instruction in the course. We don't ever expect, I would never expect the courses that we work with at the telecampus to be composed just of learning object after learning object after learning object. You've got to have this bridge material in between here. There are some implications within development of learning objects. You have to think about things like content quality. That's why Vanessa mentioned that we're looking at the idea of peer review processes within objects that go into the Texas Learning Object Repository. You have to think about, when you're developing them, things like aligning with goals and providing feedback in the actual design issues. But from what I've seen, just in the short time I was here today, you've already thought about a lot of that stuff when you were redesigning your courses out there. Those are some phenomenal looking courses that I saw here. You also have to think about some policy implications, and these are usually at the institutional level. You have to think about things like interface. You have to think about things like accessibility, and by that I mean 508 compliance here. You have to think about standards if you want to do things with a group called SCORM out there if you're involved in the eArmy projects. And you also, and most importantly, probably have to make sure that you have a very clear policy on intellectual property and copyright on your campus that informs the materials that you're developing and putting into the Learning Object Repository. We really don't want you to take a Disney film and put it in the repository. They will hunt us down. They're pretty well known for that. So we have to be pretty clear about those issues right there. Go ahead. But the last piece is this, and that's what I want to emphasize today, is this process is really pretty simple for y'all, because y'all are so far ahead of most of the people that I know of out there and most of the faculty that I talk with. So it is pretty simple for you. It's really simply a matter of taking the course and chunking it, And that's a real technical word, by the way, chunking. No, I don't know. I used to say, you break it up into units or modules or lessons, and then people said, well, how long is a lesson then? And I don't know how long a lesson is. And so chunks seem to have nothing really kind of tied to it. You break the course up into chunks, and then you make sure that those chunks each have an objective in there. And if they have 2 or 3 objectives, that's probably okay. If they have 10 objectives in there, that's probably a little bigger than a chunk. Because you want it small because people will have a tendency to reuse it if it's smaller. Remember that diagram we looked at is the smaller it is, the more likely it is to be used out there. You want to verify that it has both presentation and practice in there. You need some type of activity in there. Even if it's clicking on the screen and getting feedback, if you want to build in flash materials to do that, even if it's saying to them, go think about this particular topic out there. That is creating an activity for the student. You're making them go out and think on their own instead of just watching in a very passive way some kind of presentation on the screen or reading particular words that you wrote out there. I think there's one last one there. And finally, sorry. That's okay. And finally, the describe part, that's what Vanessa mentioned. We'll be distributing some materials that will literally be a Word template that will ask you to fill out some really basic things. And I'm talking about, like, what is the topic that you're talking about? What's the appropriate audience for this? Not difficult things to fill out, just things that are basically almost like a Library of Congress card catalog thing that describes this is what the learning objects in this course are geared toward. And those materials and the chunks that you created will be what we will help you place into the Texas Learning Object Repository. So that's a very quick overview. Sorry to run through that so fast, but I'll be glad to take questions now, but I'm trying to be cognizant that several of y'all have planes.
When we chunk the course, do you expect the chunks, when added up together, to make up a full course, or can we give you chunks that cover just certain areas of the course?
Absolutely. And in fact, one example is the syllabus. Okay, the syllabus in and of itself. Is that a learning object? Well, it's got some content in there, but there's not maybe a lot of practice that goes on in there. It could still go into the Learning Object Repository. We might not call it a learning object. We might classify it as an asset. But if I were a brand new instructor, I would like to see your syllabus, for your course. But absolutely, I think it is up to you what materials you decide to put in there. There may be some materials that are so good that you don't want anybody else to have them. It could be. And you asked a question earlier about somebody asked a question earlier about versions of content. Let's say you put some lesson up there and then you get some feedback on it through the repository or just from your own students, and you want to revise it. We think it's important for you to know who's using your object out there, so that if you decide to revise it and put a new version up there, we want the system to notify them and tell them there's a new version of this thing, come get it, because there's an improved version out there for you. So yes.
Let me add very quickly, though. If you're just going to give if you're just going to place a few items in the repository, like the syllabus and a couple of assignments, don't expect to get a $5,500 grant. I have to put on my bureaucrat hat for a moment. Okay. Other quick questions? All right, very last thing that I need you guys to do before you head out. In your folder, you will see an assessment. Nice little, let me see here. Yeah, there we go. It looks like this. If you could fill that out, and then on your way out the door, if you would just place it up here on this front table. It's anonymous. We're just trying to get a little bit of an assessment on what we did today. I thank you guys very, very much for coming to Austin. I thank you very much for your work in the redesign process. And, my parting words are my good bureaucratic words, and that is, well, I'll give you the nice words, which is thank you very much for your service to students in the state of Texas and what you're doing. I know that as a teacher, and I taught for a long time, you seldom get thanks. I want to make sure I at least thank you, and that is a heartfelt thanks. Now, my bureaucratic words are turn in your reports.